We are going to start our work session. Have present here, we have all of the board members: Ada Wilson, Michelle Sorensen, David Smith, Grace Rex, Jen Lyman, Sterling Hilton, and Guy Fugel. We also have our superintendent, Joe Jensen, and our business administrator, Jason Sundberg, present. And we are going to begin our work session today. I'm going to turn the time over to Sterling Hilton to have a discussion on our vision and values.
Okay, I'm going, earlier this morning, but not too early, I emailed you what I'm distributing to you now. It is, we'll walk through that if it's all right. Michelle, there's one. Need one more? Everyone have one? Okay. So let me start by saying we have a very clear goal and objective for the next couple of hours. We want to generate and sign off on, not in a permanent way, but in a, this is our starting point on our vision and our values. And the need for that is so that Joe and we as board members, when we go and visit the schools, we can engage with our leaders, our teachers, our communities around this vision and values so that they can give input and that they can improve upon what we start with. Does that make sense? So this is in no way a final product, and we don't need to feel the weight of that to say, oh, we've got to get it right. We've only got 2 hours to do it. Nope, this is our starting point. We'll come back and we'll revisit it with a lot of input from our communities. Does that make sense? So what I've provided for you on this first page, I'm just going to tell you what's here. We already have a vision statement that we worked on back in December and January. We're going to revisit that. I've got some questions I want to ask about that. Last January, well, 2 months ago, it's been 2 months, January 5th, we held a board retreat. I posed the question to the members of the board about what ideas, processes, and principles do we value, and then everyone just talked and I took notes. So that's what's the remainder here is, now I've grouped them into categories. They make sense to me, they might not make sense to you, but everyone's voice and comments are listed right there. On the following pages, this is where I'm just putting this out here for us. There are other resources that we might want to draw upon as we engage in this conversation today. One of those I felt might be relevant is Alpine School District administers a culture, climate, and connection survey, and there are 12 dimensions of well-being that you're going to give these to them? We can distribute that there. There are 12 dimensions of well-being that we are measuring and assessing on that instrument. So if that, just know that that's there and available. There might be words there that pique our interest and think, yep, that's something we really value as well. There are Alpine School District 6 Cs, their current value statements. There's also Alpine School District is a member of the BYU Public School Partnership, which has been informed by John Goodlad's work. He's an educator from Washington, a researcher there. So just put some information there about some of the commitments that are related to his work. And then finally, on the last page, the third page, BYU, the Public School Partnership actually has commitments to preparing educators. Again, thought that might be relevant to our conversation. Those last 2 pages, that's me. I was just like, oh, I think we might be informed by this. Let me put that resource out there, but we don't have to be. Does that make sense? Okay. The first, I don't sound, are you still hearing me? Okay, great. So the first page, though, is where I'd like to start. Any questions? Is that all right? Any questions about what information I've presented to you and what we want to do.
So this was from our retreat, mostly that we did at the Ruth that one day?
That is correct. That
Okay.
the first page is that.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yep. And that's where that is definitely where I would like to start. Okay? All right. I'm assuming you're scratching your head, not raising your hand, David? Okay, all right. Then, all right. Then this is what I propose we do. Let's revisit our vision statement, and I will read it, and as I read it, I want you to just listen. Is there anything there? How does it sit with us? It's been at least 6 weeks since we've collectively looked at this. So it's a chance to revisit and see if there's anything there. Here it goes. High levels of genuine learning for each student in an environment of exceptional care, curiosity, and community.
I did memorize that. I have it memorized.
So we better not change it? Is that?
I'm totally open to, but I was like, I recognize that, so.
Yeah. It's still, I read it this morning, I've read it again, it still resonates with me.
I still like it.
You guys got to
Turn that on. Everyone turn your microphones on, because we're going to be using them. Guy, just grab it from me when you need it. Okay.
Give it a minute. Give it a minute, because it's just pairing. So.
I guess I had a comment about the word genuine. It's not really genuine, the opposite of fake to me, as in pure. I'm familiar with BYU Hawaii and their vision of producing genuine gold in their students.
Mm-hmm.
Gold?
Yeah, gold. It's part of their vision. But to me, it's like pure, genuine. So I don't know.
To that,
Just some comments.
yeah, to that end, I guess what I think would be really, really helpful is then for us, if we're tentatively satisfied with what this is right now, I think our next step with regards to vision is to define what we mean by genuine learning. Not included in the vision statement, because I like the one sentence vision statement, but to have it as an appendix to, or an amplification of, this vision statement. By genuine, we mean, and we just describe what we mean by genuine learning. We started a conversation around that, and I think it would be wise for us to take the next, I'm very willing to allocate the next 10 to 15 minutes on a discussion and getting our thoughts and building a consensus around what that term genuine learning means. And if in the process we decide we want to change the language, that'd be great. No problem there. We're not wed to anything specific. Does that make sense? But I think it would behoove us and benefit us a great deal if we agreed on what that was. I think that'll be really helpful to us and our superintendent and leadership as we move forward and share and try to communicate with our stakeholders and our communities what this vision means to us. So, Karen, you taking notes?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I don't know that I know how to take notes and think at the same time. So if I can trust you to take notes, then let's go. Who wants to start?
Okay, I just started, so
Okay.
my thoughts were, related to genuine gold, meaning this is the real deal. This is,
More like authentic.
yes, authentic learning.
Right.
Yes.
I know in our previous conversations, we wanted an adjective there because we didn't want it to be just superficial learning. We didn't want it to just be rote memorization. We didn't want it to just simply be, okay, I can perform for a test and then forget everything that I ever knew. in preparation for that test. It was really trying to counter the many ways that learning is interpreted. So,
And Sterling, we also didn't want to use the word deeper, and you felt passionate about that because there's so many ramifications of what that means in the outside of this board meaning, and that's why we chose genuine.
that is correct.
Is to get away from the many meanings that someone might have of deeper, good and bad.
Correct. And I welcome all the good. I am concerned about the possible negative connotations that might have developed around that term deeper learning. And so, based on misunderstanding, I want to be really clear, but I just think that I know that there are some misunderstandings around that term and so that are negatively associated. So that's why but if the board feels like that's the right word, I will concede.
I think part of why we came up with genuine is because not every child learns at the same level. And so I think we were trying to also hit that it's unique to each child, their learning process. And so we need to make sure that we're providing different avenues of learning for children who learn different ways.
Yeah, I like that. So that genuine, so that could be part of our explanation. Different avenues of learning to meet the needs of all students or of each student. I still come back, because I keep coming back to that each. Each was another important word.
Each was an important word there. It was not every.
It wasn't every.
Each was individualizing.
Yeah, because then it puts us right there we think
Yes.
about each one individually, not every as a collective.
Yes.
Yeah. Great. David?
Two words I would want to be in the explanation. One is, and this may be a wrong word, but you'll get what I mean, transferable.
Yes.
And the other one is,
Can you explain that a little bit? Transferable?
yes, that it's not learning in the class and then you leave and it's no longer relevant. Instead, it's transferable from class to class, from class to life, from school to life, from job to life.
Skills and dispositions. To a point.
No, it's like it's.
I would, so in my
Peter,
mind.
can you
that
help
would
me out with
be-
that?
I can,
He was nodding. Yeah, relevant or,
Outside of the classroom, transferable. It's transferable to the next level as well as
Yeah.
to
Transferable to the next level.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Like-
Peter.
It matters.
Yeah,
It's
what
not
they-
just learning something for a test.
not learning for learning's sake, but learning for a purpose.
can I
Right?
try?
Yeah.
Because the way I interpret transferable, David, is that there's this idea that I understand this. I've got it in this context, but I understand it genuinely, deeply enough that it's a part of me, so that when I go into a new context, I bring it with me
Transfer.
and it
Kind
transfers.
of Madeline Hunter transfer.
Yep, exactly. A Madeline Hunter transfer. It transfers to that new context because I'm bringing it with me. It's not constrained to the context that I learned it in. It's part of my understanding, and so if I'm in that new context, it comes with me, transfers with me, and I can apply it and bring it to bear in that new context. That's kind of how I'm thinking about transferable.
I would agree. That's what I mean.
Okay. What other word did you want? You said two.
Let me think about that for a second.
Okay.
So-
Okay.
Grace, you need to take
Yeah.
that mic off there so you can use it.
It's easier just to do this.
So Joe just said leverage, and maybe you can explain that a little bit more, but I think that's the other word that I would use.
Yeah, I think leverage is a little bit different than transfer, but it's similar in that when you can leverage your learning, it means you can actually do something with it. It's one thing to have knowledge, but what can you do with what you know is what I'm getting to with leverage.
Is leverage similar to apply?
I would say application is part of that, for sure. But it's
And
not only apply.
what else is it? I'm not challenging, I'm
No,
just
no,
trying
no,
to
no.
understand, right?
It's a good question.
Talking about something moving upward, right, when you're leveraging.
That's what I'm wondering, if that's part of it there.
But there's something,
Yeah, so for example, I might know how to send an email, but I need to be able to have the skill or the leverage to be able to do that well, right? And so there's you take something like communication, and we all want our kids to communicate well, right? So there's the knowledge. Can I then communicate that well? Or it's related to transfer, but I think leverage is a little bit different.
It sounds like it's skill-based.
Yeah,
Is that what you're stating?
absolutely.
Okay.
So thinking of the word leverage, in professional learning communities, they often talk about leverage, meaning what does a kid need to learn in my class so that they can apply it, use it, adapt it, whatever, to the next class up? Is that how they use leverage? Am I remembering?
Sometimes, but I think what you just talked about with transfer goes beyond that.
Okay.
It's not just about the next level of academics, it's the next level
Life.
of life. Like
Okay.
it should be
Okay.
more than just academics.
And again, that then is back to connecting to transferable in my mind, because it's transferring not just to an academic setting, but it's transferring to more life settings as well. You would include that.
I just am curious and would like to know the negatives, connotations that go with deeper learning. I'm just not familiar with that. And I've been in Alpine long enough, that's part of the language, and I know that it's maybe overused. Beyond the overuse, what is the negative connotation there?
I've heard people that I respect just argue that it hasn't brought about any results that they are that are measurable. That it hasn't generated the results that it's intended to.
Well, instead, I wonder if that has more to do with process than the vision, if that makes sense.
Oh, I think it does have to do with process, but I don't think, and again, I'm not going to die on this hill, but it doesn't. But we're not going to separate process from vision with that word, in my opinion. And so, rather than risk bringing that along, if we can use a different word and capture what we want, then I'm all for that. If we can't, okay. But I still think we need to then define what we mean by deeper
Or the
deep
other
learning,
adjective.
right?
The other adjective.
Whatever the other adjective it is, we've got to define it, and so that yeah.
So thinking of deeper and not using it, people complain in a negative sense that we're Alpine 2.0.
Correct.
And if you look at it from a positive, that's great. But if you look at it from a negative, if we choose deeper, it's going to be, they're going to do the same thing, and they're going to say deeper, and then you're going to go to classrooms, and they're still learning how to,
fill in the blank.
changes.
Whatever is in
Right.
the person's mind,
Yeah.
right? Whether it's based in fact or not,
Yeah.
it's perception, and that perception is their reality. And
Yeah.
so again, fill in the blank. That's how it's going to be.
The
understood.
one thought about the genuine learning, though, is, well, I wonder how much of the use of the word genuine learning and the ways we're thinking is in the academic literature that would make it so that people would know what we're talking about, as opposed to having to kind of redefine it for everybody. Because what is genuine learning? What is genuine? There's nothing out there on genuine learning. Any thoughts on that, especially from your perspective in academia?
I think there's lots of adjectives that have been, put with learning to describe what we're talking about. Genuine's one of them.
Including deeper, 20 years ago or 10 years ago.
Including deeper.
21st century.
Right. In the math world, it's conceptual, procedural, and representational. So it's saying, hey, it's not just, it's helping them see mathematics isn't just computations. There's representations, there's concepts, there's ways of thinking. It's all related in that sense. It's a deeper. I like the word deeper. Don't get me wrong. Anyway.
I really like the word genuine because it's more relatable to people outside education. And this is for parents as well as educators.
Mm-hmm.
Deeper for educators really means something, but it also makes, I don't know, when I hear deeper, I think, okay, what do I have to study to find out what that might be? Whereas genuine, I just kind of feel like that is inclusive of what I know.
I really do like what Michelle said, that genuine is an inclusive term that acknowledges the different levels of learning that each child is capable of, that it might be a unique definition for different children. Anyway, I do like that. And the word authentic, I like that too, as a synonym or as a descriptor for that. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that too, as far as if you consider a student who maybe isn't going to take the traditional college route, they're going to go maybe more into the trades, that not that they're not learning or doing that deeper learning, but that word might even make them go, oh, well, I'm not that student. I'm not the one that's going to go deep. I just want to get, but if it was more like we talked about, the transferable or the leveraged learning that is, yeah, authentic. I like authentic too, so.
We have authentic down. Don't we have authentic down? Is that what Ada started with?
Yeah, we wrote down authentic. I wrote down authentic.
Well, and I've told you before, I'm not worried about the word that we use. What we've got to do is be clear about it, right? And so maybe a way to think about this is to answer the question, okay, how do we break that down? Because we've got to break genuine down because it's vague. It's hard to chase a vague term. And so we've got to be able to say, well, by genuine learning, we mean this, this, and this. And so maybe a way of thinking of that might be, if you had to explain this to a parent, how do we break it down to say it's this, 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 and there's an element of this. So that's just a thought. Because you're gonna have to explain it. Right. All of us are going to have to, if this is what we're going to pursue, we have to have a vocabulary to pursue it, and we have to be able to clarify this is what we're about.
Yes. I agree with that. Yep. Which I think, Joe, what you're wondering about is I've heard you suggest that you like the term knowledge, skills, and dispositions because you think those are measurable and chaseable. Is that right?
I think it's partly that. Partly it's also vocabulary that is pretty embedded at this point. And I think when you start thinking of those things, and I wouldn't say just take my word for it, dialogue right here, does that capture what you're talking about when you talk about genuine? Is it complete? Is there something missing? But maybe Jen can talk to, she sat through 44 interviews with us. And how often did you hear those terms? Because it is kind of baked into our vocabulary.
I wasn't keeping track. I would say it came up a lot.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh.
that was
It's in my
what we're
lexicon.
shooting for.
I use it all the
So,
time.
yeah, a lot.
We still have to go beyond. Yes. So yes. I'm gonna ask.
I think what we're trying to do is get it off the wall, right?
Right.
Into
Absolutely.
the classroom.
That's exactly what we want to do. Yeah. And I think it's worth asking ourselves the question, if we're going to put that word dispositions in there and we're going to chase that, then I think we need to be really upfront and transparent and clear amongst ourselves about what dispositions are we talking about. Because I know, I'll tell you that 20 years ago, 25 years ago, how was my, when my kids were entering school and I saw words like that, I, as a parent, was like, what are those dispositions that you're talking about? I'm not, what do you teach? I mean, and I just wondered.
And that
And I love public education, but I still wondered, what are the dispositions that you are
And that
trying?
is a political hot button issue
Yes,
that we
it
hear
is.
we hear from constituents as far as, okay, that's not public school's job to teach my kid how to be a good person. I push back on that because there are basic things that all kids need to know how to do. So that goes into a deeper conversation than I think
Well,
we
except,
need to
Don't you mean a
now,
genuine
but
conversation, not a deeper conversation?
but I think,
an
Jen,
authentic conversation.
I think, Jen, for me, that's where, that's why I think, if we pull in and we look at John Goodlad, who argues that education is fundamentally a moral enterprise grounded in preparing students for participation in democracy. So the argument there is that, okay, the dispositions are the ones that help prepare students to participate in democracy. Those would be the dispositions that we have a moral obligation, because education, public education, very specifically, public education is fundamentally that. Is that what we mean when we say dispositions? I guess for me, I would like to know.
I've heard the term soft skills. Is that an accurate depiction of dispositions, soft skills?
Not to me.
Okay.
Does dispositions go to the character of the 6 C's? It says developing traits of grit, tenacity, persistence, resilience, self-regulation, and integrity. Are those dispositions that we would like to be teaching?
It's both the character and the citizenship. Those are the 2 C's that, and character, and character really talks about individual characteristics, and citizenship is about how do we interact in a community.
I just think we have to be really careful about our definitions of even character anymore in today's society, because if you're not going to go by the traditional what character is, it can be taken in many different directions. And that's, I think, where parents get worried, like, what are you guys teaching my children? Is it going to be something I agree with, or is it something that some educator thinks is important for them to learn, but I don't agree?
So what would help that? I mean, how do we address that then? To just have it
I think the word
defined,
traditional is
having defined?
so that people know what the traditional meaning is, so that we can go with the traditional, what is character? But
And,
yeah, or define it.
yeah, so what is, I mean,
For you,
Yeah, well,
what would be
do those
words?
words fit
And again,
with
not
it?
to put, but
are you
I'm going to
talking
go
about
on
the-
record that I hate that this is recorded, because it feels like we're on candid camera, and yet we know that it's there.
Oh, you're talking about these ones?
Anyway,
The grit, tenacity, persistence, resilience, self-regulation, and integrity.
right.
wait,
And global citizens. See, that's where it gets kind of crazy, is when you start getting into global citizens and considering global issues and developing empathy and compassion. Those are defined differently in different parts of the world today.
So you're saying yes to the first ones, but in citizenship, we'd want to kind of look at that. But that's
Oh.
not really where we are yet. We might get there at some point. But we're not making those decisions today.
Like, I think grit, every child should learn grit, and they don't have enough of it today.
Well, and you could say the same thing about tenacity, persistence, resilience, self-regulation, and integrity.
Yes. All of those are traditional character traits that we can say we agree with.
I also think that if you ask businesses what kind of employees they want to hire. We see some of these same words and other ones as well. So that's to kind of play to the idea of character is important.
And to Grace's point, I think we want to be really clear about how we're defining these, right? So that when any one of us are using this term, we all understand exactly what we're saying. I would argue that as we've done visits to 29 schools, there's probably not a single school we haven't gone in where there's not some element of empathy, whether it's kindness or, we're kind of using different terms in different schools. But
Kafudi.
That's your favorite word now.
But, and so, and then it's our job to make sure that's exceedingly clear through all levels, that it's aligned, that it's not just something we put on the wall and then doesn't actually really drive what we do in the classroom. And I would say until it, if this vision doesn't get to the classroom or these values, then why have it?
So how comfortable are we? I'm going to come back. We've been at it for 25 minutes. Are we comfortable? And again, this is our starting point that we're going to build upon and grow with as we define. Do we want to are we okay keeping genuine?
Yes.
And with that, then, if we include words like authentic and transferable and relevant and individualized to each student, that idea, I don't have it exactly, but I typed it out.
appreciate the idea of transferable. I just don't know how many people will understand what that means. But I'm okay with it. It's just, I'm thinking
It's
the
an
PTA mom
It's an opportunity for a
for
conversation.
in elementary school is going to be like, what is this? What does this mean? Transferable. It's going to, so if I was to come at this not having an education background, I would look at this, okay, so my kids are going to get education that's going to, when we move to a different state, it's going to transfer. Like, that's kind of where my thoughts would go first.
Gotcha.
Just a thought. That you could transfer it from one school
One
to the
school to the
next.
But I don't
Which I don't think is the intent, right, David? It's more,
From one,
I
from one-
understand.
Yeah, I don't think we need to step away from opportunities to educate our public.
That's true.
and have conversations about
Yeah.
it, right?
I don't think we need to step away from opportunities to train and educate our public. Not train, that's
That's not the right
quite
word.
the word I
That's
meant
not the
at
right
all.
word, right?
But to educate and to expand their understanding of what we are trying to accomplish and for their child.
And that I think we would include the terms knowledge, skills, and dispositions. Do we want that in there? It's helpful to me. And we could expand then on, that's why it's an appendix, you guys. It's because then we can expand on the knowledge. In my mind, that's where our academic content standards would all come into play. We'd identify skills and we'd identify dispositions. And at least as a starting point, those dispositions for conversation would include these words that we've talked about here under the character C from Alpine School District: grit, tenacity, persistence, resilience, self-regulation, and integrity.
You're on citizenship, or maybe not.
I don't think we have yet consensus on the citizenship.
Okay, can I just say what my thing with citizenship here on this one, global issues? Everybody defines empathy and compassion differently. Some people think it's very empathetic to let a child who's out of control just be out of control until they wear out. Other people look at them and say, no, help them figure out how to get into control. And that's the empathetic thing to do. And so I have reservations about putting things like that on there that can be find different directions.
So which one, do we have empathy? I'm not seeing empathy.
On the
It's on
Grace.
citizenship.
Oh, empathy and compassion. Okay. Kindness and compassion. Kindness. I don't think anybody can take any issue with the word kindness.
Actually, today there are lots of issues with the word kindness.
Yeah?
A lot of people think it's kind to let a child change their gender. Other people think that's unkind because in the end, their body is malformed and deformed and it wasn't how it was meant to be. So there's two different ways of looking at kindness today.
I thought about that. Okay.
I'm not sure where we are right now. Are we just going to finish evaluating our vision statement?
Yep, we're wrapping it up in 60 seconds, except for Guy hasn't said anything, so.
But I don't know where the 6 Cs are.
I
know where they are, but
Where they are in our vision,
as they relate to
genuine learning.
as they
still,
relate,
we're
we're
still talking about genuine.
we are still,
Okay.
we have not moved off of genuine.
Hey, I'm better off if I don't speak, okay? No, but, okay, I know we're trying to get through this, but, you know, we've talked about John Goodlad here. Is he still alive?
No, he doesn't.
He passed away.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, because
But his,
25,
but his ideas are.
well, I know, they're still there, but I just wanted to ask about it. I says, you know, see, I learned about him 30 years ago,
I know,
25
he
years ago.
probably
Okay, and I
associates,
just,
right?
yeah, that's, so, anyway, so I just, okay, that answers that question there. So, but anyway, but it's, I'll give it, I want us all to remember that less is more as we break this down and what we're trying to get, because we can really confuse our teachers, our administrators, and our public, especially if we've got, so I guess that's what we're trying to do, is to get it down to some more things. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I think what we have, and to speak to that directly, and what I see is we've got to get down into the weeds ourselves to make sure that we identify, yep, this is the simplicity on the other side of complexity. This is what we're chasing. It can't be all the things that we've talked. I mean, it's as we keep engaging, and I think as we engage with our communities around this, I'm hoping that we will arrive at some kind of distillation of these are the key elements of genuine learning that we want to chase. That we want. So, this is a starting point for us. Is that okay?
Do you want us to talk about the 6 Cs right now in with genuine learning? I'm kind of ready to say we talked about genuine learning and go on, but
Yeah, I'm ready to go on to what we value. I think what we need to come now to is we've got to come up with value statements. Our conversation at this point, Ada, has been simply, let's define genuine learning.
okay. Yeah.
And now we want to talk about dispositions as a part of genuine learning. That's embedded or included in our meaning.
So maybe
of
we're
genuine.
talking about the word learning. Okay. We finished
Sterling,
with
can I
genuine.
add
It's
one?
it's both of them together.
Okay.
It's genuine learning. Yeah.
Can I add one element to the statement? I would ask, so there's this statement, high levels of genuine learning for each student in an environment of exceptional care, curiosity, and community. I would just add, for what? Why are we doing that? Right? In my mind, and one of the reasons I am, came out of retirement is I genuinely believe that we have to have a compelling purpose. And this is a good statement, but does it say for what? Like, we're doing this for what?
Can that go to David's point of this knowledge is transferable?
So I'm thinking in terms of a teacher too, right? I don't believe that I will see a teacher out there that is going to look at anything we've created and say, oh, that's awesome, unless there's a compelling purpose, unless they feel I can get behind that because that's why I became an educator. Does that make sense? And for me, one of the elements of that is joy, right? And that might be I don't know, that might be a word that doesn't go over well either. But in some
joy.
In some ways, we've got to get to the point where an educator, meaning a principal, a teacher, an aide, a district level employee can say, I'm excited to get up and come to work to do this every day because I get to be a part of creating joy in and thriving, right? I love the word thriving as well. But anyway, I don't want to dominate the conversation, but I do think that's a critical piece of this, that it's not just a statement about learning, it's learning for what? Whatever type of learning we end up calling it.
I love that question, and I invite the board to respond, because it's interesting just processing my own reaction. For me, I love learning. To be involved in generating this kind of high levels of genuine learning for each student, that's the what. That for me, that's the why. It's not anyway. So, but clearly it's not a why for you, because you're looking for something more, which is totally great. And so I open it up then to the board as well to say, do we want to add something there?
Actually, as Joe was talking, I was just thinking, how awesome would it be if we had joyful, thriving kids in our district? If that is, and then how do we get them to feel that happiness and feel like they are thriving and achieving in whatever level they're at? Because like you said, everybody's at a different level. We even have kids that can't speak that can still thrive in their.
Yeah. So offer a clause. Offer a why.
To prepare joyful, thriving students, we need high levels of genuine learning for each student in an environment of exceptional care, curiosity, and community, and deeper learning.
And deeper.
So you put the clause in the front.
He did.
I did, because I couldn't find it in the back. I played around with it in the back and I couldn't get it there.
But just think about how that changes this significantly. Much of the discussion before that centered around, and don't get me wrong, I love learning and I think learning is absolute a part of joy and thriving. For me, it's not the only, right? But I think when we talk about that, that starts to frame a different conversation, right? It starts to frame a conversation beyond just academic knowledge to, you know what, we want thriving, joyful kids. And that, anyway.
Yes. And.
Genuine learning.
No, and I just, anyone looking at this would think that Joe and I are on opposite sides of,
And we're not.
and we're not. But I hear that, and I, again, as a parent, am wondering, it's like, wow, am I really sending my kids to public school so that they, for me, is it not primarily academic learning, or is it something beyond academic learning? And as soon as it starts pushing beyond, then I get a little bit anxious and just say, tell me what that is. And I'm going to be explicit,
Yeah.
because I belong to a church that is addressing some of those things, and I joined intentionally because I know what they're talking about. You know what? I am part of this public, and so what is it that this public is focusing on that will allow me to throw my support behind that? Does that
Yeah,
make sense?
absolutely.
That's where I'm coming from as a parent.
I think thrive then is a great word. Thriving kind of brings up an image of a happy person. A thriving person is a happy, and it also translates well into a thriving community.
Right.
Yes.
And if, Sterling, I would,
And I don't have any problem with joyful and thriving. It
so I
was
would
commentary
actually,
beyond that. There was like,
I love that you
beyond
included,
academic. It's through, for me, it would satisfy if it was through academics. This is how through academics, we are creating. Yeah.
and when you look, I love that you included John Goodlad's stuff here, because if you look at his, I think it goes way beyond just academics.
It's
Right.
academics in service of
Right.
participation in democracy.
Academics is a vehicle to get us to
Correct.
caring for students as human beings, fostering freedom, well-being, and equity.
Yeah.
Uh,
Because you can't,
professional competence, and,
Yep.
anyway, access to knowledge.
So, Sterling, then take a stab at Timpanogos School Board vision that includes what for, as Joe has mentioned.
yeah. I like,
So you take a stab at it then.
me? Oh my
Yes.
gosh, I like yours, to prepare joyful and thriving students. Except for the last part there. Through high levels of genuine learning for each student. So to prepare joyful and thriving students through high levels of genuine learning for each student in an environment of exceptional care, curiosity, and community. Put the clause at the beginning. I'm very comfortable with that statement.
Any comments for the peanut gallery?
Yeah, please.
They don't look like they're holding their tongues.
I know.
I'm an annoying reader. I like Dan Heath. He's written some really good books. I guess he and his brother, Chip. He's got a video that talks about creating mission statements that don't suck. And one thing he says that everyone does is they forget the why. And to put the why at the very beginning. Why? That's impressive. But the why, I get what you're saying with joy. Like, I don't want to do any. I truly believe that the more you learn, the more joy comes into your life. Clearly, I see some of your concerns with what you're talking about. Ultimately, I have a strong belief that public education, when done right, improves the life of not just the individual, but
The whole community.
the whole community.
Absolutely.
And so if it's something that that you say at the beginning of your mission statement, to create better lives, or to help life be better, or to, I don't know, I like joy too. I mean, to center student joy or something like that. To me, then you go with, this is why we do this. This is the why, and this is the way to do that. To me, that's I think that's more effective, So, but I see your concerns on it.
Yeah, just a quick comment. My wife's a math teacher. And for sure, the times when I've seen her most animated about teaching is when she sees a former student and they're doing well. And they reflect on their time together in the classroom. And it's an argument my wife and I have a lot, is when we talk about, quote, character education or these other things, there's a misunderstanding sometimes that she's going to teach math and then step aside and teach joy or teach deeper skills, and it's not that. It's that she's always a math teacher, but in the way in which she approaches that teaching, she teaches those skills that are most important to the student. And really, even her kids, that some of them might be even honors type kids, they don't remember much about those specific lessons, but they do remember lessons that they learned in the class while learning math. So I think there's a misunderstanding that we're going to expect teachers to at some point step aside and teach this vision. That's not, I don't think, what anybody's talking about. Teach math, teach social studies, never depart from that. But the way in which you teach it, it creates a different feel.
And I would argue when you think of your very best teachers at any level, that's what they did, right? Because they weren't just about, helping you pass a test or whatever. They really were about making you a more effective human being, right?
Yeah, the word joy, sometimes you're thinking, oh, we're going to do class treats or you're going to get a field trip. Or this is what you're going to get for learning. The learning, the becoming someone, the accomplishing something, that what we're talking about, the transferring that knowledge, those skills, dispositions for you, that's the joy part. There's an excellent article that talks about student-centered joy that I could share with you all, but it kind of dispels some of this silly, like, oh, here's your reward for learning, instead of intrinsic. The learning is the reward, and a great classroom is able to make that happen. So
I can give just a little more context around the idea of why some in our district may perceive deeper learning to have a negative connotation. And I have seen in the literature that there are more researchers that will reference the term deeper learning than perhaps a genuine learning. And maybe authentic learning would be included in the literature a little bit more. But I love the conversation around it, around the ideas. It's about what we're trying to say. What do we really mean? Several years ago, when we adopted the vision for learning in Alpine, there were some, in mostly I think elementary ranks, some leaders and teachers who associated the move for deeper learning to mean that we're going to build bridges out of popsicle sticks and marshmallows, instead of actually doing the transfer of literacy learning and numeracy learning and using it in meaningful ways. And so I think that's where some get maybe a negative taste when they hear that phrase, deeper learning, although it's really about what we've been talking about here today.
My thought about purpose, I'm thinking about our learners, our young learners in our classrooms, our teachers as learners, us as learners, and understanding purpose, that not all individuals have had the experience of thriving in their learning. So for many of us, probably sitting in this room, learning by itself is very motivating for us, because we have on the back end reaped some really cool things, had positive feedback, had that experience. But as we think about our learners in this experience, if they don't understand why, for most of their waking hours of the day, we're asking them to do something, and for many of them, something very difficult at the beginning of their learning journey, then why would they even try? We have kids that check out very young. I have, family members with very specific, intensive special needs as well, that once they catch the purpose and that there is something positive connected to that learning interaction with their content, with their peers in that social realm, then you see that connection, which is why it looks magic in some classrooms, because some teachers naturally know how to have every student in the room, regardless of where they are, differentiated, find joy in their learning, and thrive and recognize. So I think having a discussion of the purpose for us, vision, 30,000 feet level, how does that translate down to the daily work with that student at any level, that they see, purpose of why I'm being asked to do this is connected to giving me options as a human. So I have all of these things. That's that leveraging, that they can make those connections to then small creativity, create something novel for them. And so I think that having that purpose really would help kind of engage all stakeholders that way.
I just have to thank all of you for letting us be here with you today. It's really fun to be here and listen to you all grapple with these really important aspects. We love vision and talking about these things, so this is excellent. In my department in student services, we grappled with vision as well and came up with this idea that we want to help every student thrive physically, academically, socially, and emotionally, at that real whole child approach, and that a lot of the things we're talking about with dispositions are not aside. It's not that learning is over here and dispositions are over here, but everything about our behavior, our management of ourselves, the way that we approach these types of systems, it is learning also. And there are just those lessons that will naturally come as we teach. And just this idea that as educators, we all came into this because we want to make a difference. And that difference included helping them academically, but with also those other pieces that will help them to be contributors in society and help our communities improve. And so this is just fun for us to be part of. Thanks for having us.
Todd, you're the only one who hasn't spoken. Do you want to speak?
I know. I'm just. Hey, I'll take one day off because you'll get plenty later. Well, the rule is you never hand Todd a mic in a meeting. Okay, just get that through. No, I just made a few notes, just summarizing here, and I love what you guys are doing here. But I wrote down to empower each student with enduring joy and genuine learning in our environment of exceptional care, curiosity, and community. Because I think a word like "our" has some power. There's some ownership there. We talk about getting it off the wall, right? Like, you know, we're going to put something there, and then who's going to own it? Well, if I put the word "our" in there, it implies that I'm going to own it when I'm a teacher or an aide or a principal. So, like I said, to empower each student through enduring joy and genuine learning in our environment of exceptional care, curiosity, and community. Those are just my thoughts.
Yeah, I like that word empower. I like the word "our." I think that's powerful. I also, rather than prepare, I also like the word promote. Rather than prepare, let's promote joyful and thriving students.
Because it's about now and the future.
Correct.
It drives me crazy when we only talk about the future.
That's right.
It's actually, they need it now.
Yeah. So it's, and preparation some kind of gives that idea of, oh, it's a future, but we're promoting it right now kind of brings it to the present.
I also like the word become that somebody over here said. I don't know that we need it in the actual vision statement, but I think we are trying to help kids become more than they otherwise could be.
Mm-hmm. Expand, right? Yeah, like that. Okay, good. Well, that was, and Karen has taken great notes, and here's the job. I am going to, if it's all right, I will synthesize. Todd, Karen, did you write down what Todd actually said? Todd, why don't you write an email or hand it so that we can get that phrase there. We'll put it together, and then we'll make a decision.
Just one other comment too on that idea of knowledge, skills, dispositions. I think there's other ways to frame that make it more accessible as well, right?
Which I think is actually super important.
So a couple ways we've talked about it in the past has been, when you say knowledge, skills, dispositions, it's also head, hand, heart, right? Or know, do, be. We're becoming something. We know something, we can do something, and we're becoming something. So those are.
I like know, do, be more than knowledge, skill.
Do you really?
I like know, do, be more than knowledge, skills, and dispositions.
And one of the advantages to framing it in all three ways is different people resonate with, like some people really resonate with head, hand, heart. Some people really resonate with knowledge, skills, dispositions. Others say no, do, be's. It's their verbs instead of nouns, and it is more active, right? So anyway, so those are just some thoughts as well.
Great thoughts. All right, we're gonna shift gears. I'm gonna direct our attention down to our responses from 2 months ago. And we're going to start with Guy, because I've seen that he's highlighted some things. Anyway, so I want you to look here. How many value statements do we want to have? That I'm just going to put that out there.
3 to 5. That's my.
A 3 to 5.
3 to 5. Any more than 5, I think, is getting too much.
Let's go for
That's right in the middle.
That's right in the middle. Is anyone opposed to limiting ourselves? We don't have to say everything with our value statements. We just have to say the most important things.
Yeah, you have 7 categories.
I do.
We can combine.
I can see places we could combine.
Yeah. Yeah, these are the natural categories, I think, that came from our conversations. And I didn't want to try to synthesize. I want, oh, excuse me. Oh, I do have a water. Yes, and that too. I want us to synthesize rather than have me synthesize and then you guys react to my synthesis. I think it's more authentic to and more genuine. I think, yes, deeper, even deeper. So here, I'm going to give you an assignment. I want you to take the next 2 minutes and do what Guy has been doing, and that is I want you to read through these statements, and I want you to simply identify, however you want to identify, those statements that you feel capture essential values to you.
Okay. Define a value for me. What you see a value as. Just something we value, like
Yes.
what I would pay money for.
Yeah,
It has
something-
value,
It has,
intrinsic value.
yes.
Basis for how we operate.
Yeah, it's, yeah. What value, high importance, high, yeah. Yeah, there's nothing educational about value. It is our common use of the word value. It's just high
Okay, so AI tells you it's the worth, utility, or importance.
worth. Yeah. So something that, so what's the, so just, and I'm going to limit you to 5. Okay? I really am. I'm going to limit you to 5 because that's what,
5. He's limiting us to 5.
I'll limit to 5. We can win it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We're going to synthesize them, though, down into 4.
Or 3. But we won't expand them. So I'm going to set my timer and give us a few minutes to just do the work.
Five. 5.
Your top
David. 5.
Less is more.
I have 6. What? I have to winnow it down. I'm just saying. I also give you permission to add something because this was just our first attempt, right? So as you're reading, or adjust, right? Absolutely. But if it's something there that's like, oh, you know what? Oh my, there's our time. Do we want a little bit more time?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. But you can go ahead and adjust if you want. You added some together.
I'll flip it.
Yeah, I did too. All right. We just have a starting point. Okay,
Let's start with me.
we're gonna start with Guy. Our job is to listen to Guy, to make sure that we understand what he's saying. If we don't, we want to ask questions for clarity. And then if you would agree, and he's already said it, then you can just add that when it's your turn. Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay, you want me to hit my 5?
Yeah, would you hit your 5? And then maybe if you want to articulate your thinking behind that, that's totally
Okay.
fine, or not. But you get to decide.
Okay. You know, and this is something, my number one thing is, and it's into the general culture, is integrity and transparency. And especially transparency. I've heard it for the last 8 years. I heard it for 19 years. You're not being transparent enough, and really, I don't know how you, but we are, okay? But anyway, but I just take that one, and that's not one of, I come right back down to communication. And my number one thing is honest and open communication at each level of the district. That's being transparent.
So do you want to combine those in one?
Yeah, in one.
You do, okay.
Say it again.
Okay, you take integrity and transparency and combine it with honest and open communication at every level of the district.
In fact, what I did, Guy, was transparent and open communication.
Okay,
So you just have that
Yeah.
transparency is built
Yeah.
into the communication
that's great.
that you have. That was my,
And can I add just a piece to that? I instead of each level of the district, I wanted something more like with the community, especially parents, and I brought in the community and parents, not only the levels of the district. That's one of my least concerns, because I think we can do that more easily than we can with parents and the community.
Yeah, I think that is mine as well. The communication isn't interdistrict, it is external, the external communication.
I think parent engagement.
We need to let Guy finish, though.
Yeah.
Hey, and then I'll move to number 2 here, collaboration at all levels. I mean, that collaborating was one of the biggest things I think Alpine ever did to get everybody on board and to work with each other. And I just saw how well that worked and how it really woke our teachers and our administrators up. So, and then my third one was support teachers. And then, and we've talked about this, we added this kind of with one, number 4 is strong relationship between schools and families, what you said. And then 5, my 5 goes right along with that, community engagement, working with our community. So that, and really, I guess that really builds our transparency on all those things there. So,
And we could combine those two together.
yeah,
also,
yeah.
In a way, right?
Yes. That's just really, anyway, ready to move on?
Good. Ada.
It's clear what you value, Guy. And you've been a city leader, and you know how important it is to engage the community. So I feel strongly about that too.
And getting everybody on board. You're still gonna have people who hate you. That's all right.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we gotta fix that. So like I
Yeah.
said, we have less that don't like it.
Awesome. I also put down value teachers, support teachers, value teachers. I put down planning for the long term. And I do mean long term. Michelle and I had a conversation with Anne Marie Sherman, and she talked about how in the Native American community, they talk about planning for 7 generations. Backwards and forwards. When you think about it, it's not that long, but if we could think long-term planning. I love the idea of continuous improvement and a continuous evaluation and improvement. Also, I like engaging families and communities. And ultimately, that we're accountable for student learning, and part of learning is that whole child that Kim talked about, that we've got to think about that whole child in the learning process, that we're accountable for learning.
Okay, my number 1 was parent engagement. I want parents to know every school's EIG and PIGs. And I think that would build trust and communication. And so I feel like that parent engagement in the school goes hand in hand with the communication and building the relationship with the family. So the communication was my second. And I want good systems in place, defined systems of communication. I want teacher and student well-being and accountability using good data and multiple ways to measure and define success, high levels of learning, genuine learning. And then my fifth was
Oh, just a minute. You're going really fast.
accountability. Multiple ways to measure and define genuine learning.
What was number 3 then?
Teacher and student
That's it.
well-being.
I skipped over that because I was like,
Sorry.
yeah, of course,
Yeah.
but I didn't write it down.
And number 5 is growth in the learning cycle for adults and children.
Where's that?
It's a new one.
Oh, that's a new one?
A little bit of the PLC model.
Yeah.
And continuous improvement. For adult science.
Ready, Sterling?
I am.
I agree with everything everybody said. I'd like to add, assuming goodwill is our default lens. I'd also like to add something like, consider the well-being of each student, not losing any student through the cracks. I've pushed 2 together there. And the third one I'd like to add, as stewards of the school system, we value fiscal responsibility and a demonstration of wise use of public funds. And t-shirts.
Those are your top 3?
I don't know. I mean, everybody says people, the ones that they said, I'm just throwing 3 that nobody's mentioned that I believe in.
Say your number 2 again.
Yeah, my number 2 would be, if you go to students, no, you're not on that. Consider the well-being of each student, not losing any student through the cracks.
Okay. My top would be student focused. That's really why we're here and why we're doing it. But considering, you can combine that with considering each student that
Yeah.
they don't fall through the cracks.
Yeah.
My number 2 is, like Michelle, communication, but I kind of put it with 3 there under communication. There's communication with and engagement with the public, then drop down to open input and feedback, and listening to parents, responding to their concerns. So kind of the 3 together to me would be
a system for getting feedback and
yes, so that we can do it well. My next one is, and it could be part of the PLC, but supporting teachers by providing professional learning opportunities for our employees.
Yeah.
Amen. I combined those. That's how we support our teachers, is
that's
providing them
support
with the learning
IFC.
opportunities. Yeah.
And you could even combine it with the next one, using proven instructional practices and while innovating well. And then my last one would be, I kind of combined it with the accountability at all levels through fiscal responsibility and demonstrating wise use with funds. So just that accountability at the top with kind of the bottom.
So number 4,
No.
Yeah.
Proven instruction goes with supporting teachers.
instruction.
But it was kind of my 4th one. I
Oh.
just said, but it could, I just realized it can go with the 3rd one.
Oh, so you,
I
so
was
you,
trying,
you,
I
you
took
have
it down
5.
to 4.
I know, that's what I was thinking, that you'd put it down to 4.
Anyway, you could go with those.
Okay.
Joe, were you doing this?
No, I'd love to do this. So I'm going to take just a little bit different tack and just really kind of summarize in a way what you've already done.
Can you let Jen go and then?
No, absolutely. Yeah, that'd be good.
And then you can summarize to see how that fits in.
Well, Jen.
Have you gone yet?
No.
Well, I pointed, I still
you're
said that I
You're the
pointed.
boss.
Like this.
So yeah, you guys have each, but the 3 main ones I think for me are with our community, our students, and our teachers. And that would be transparency and communication. Just transparency in communication. And like everybody said, having systems for communication that are transparent. Then I think it's so important at the very top on students, how important it is. I've just been thinking about this, how important it is when we number, how important a number is. When we number our students and we know them, they have each, exactly. That's what I have, each student. So they are kept track of. Not that we don't value their name or, that's not what I'm talking about by number. It is the fact that, yes, yeah. We know when they're not there. We're aware that they're not attending, and we want to find out why, and we want to provide them with an education. And then supporting teachers by providing professional learning opportunities. Those are my 3.
How many do you have?
A lot. No, yeah.
Got a lot of arrows
I
and
do.
circles.
No, I really like the way you guys have combined some things. I think we could, I think it's important, accountability is important, and I think there's accountability both financially, fiscally, as well as in student learning. And so I think there's a principle of accountability that I think we're valuing in multiple ways. And that accountability has to be grounded in, so I am combining, but that accountability has to be grounded in good. That's from David, by the way. Good data. So there's that.
Is that your number 1?
No, it's one of them. Yeah, that's one. I think I really value, super value, a culture of continuous improvement, learning, and well-being. So that to me is like, wow, if we create a culture where we're constantly focused on improving our learning and our well-being, then that's a great system. So that's definitely one of my top ones. I echo Guy, collaboration at all levels. I think that's absolutely essential. That brings about a lot of things. And I like I will just echo with the communication business, where we brought in parents and what it looks like, and having the system, that's super important. So that's my 4th. And
Combine that with transparency as well? Or
I do, yeah, transparency. We bring transparency as something that comes in. Yep, absolutely. Yep. So you could put integrity, transparency, and
It's a lens.
It's a lens.
That's what we talk
Yeah.
about. Right?
So,
It's a lens. See everything with the lens.
but I'm gonna add one, and I'll tell you why I'm adding it after I add it. I value moral agency and community responsibility. And the reason I want to put that out for our consideration is because I think so much about teaching and learning is captured by a perspective of moral agency and community responsibility. So it is good, lad. It is good, lad. It's
what?
It's John Goodlad. Sorry.
It's good, lad.
It's good, lad. No. He probably is. He probably is Scottish. I don't know. Is he Canadian? But maybe from Scotland. I mean, maybe ancestors from Scotland. Who knows, right? The more to me, that's and I'm gonna expound here just for a little bit. Sorry, Guy. Is our democracy, our democratic principles, are absolutely grounded in moral agency. It's all about recognizing that each individual is of worth and has agency, and that we have to have systems of government that foster, promote, and support that. And I see public education as part of that system of government that is promoting that.
Yeah, is it de Tocqueville who said talked about an educated populace for a democracy is required, and here we are educating our populace.
Yes, yeah. So that, anyway, so that's why I put that on the table. I think that's just a super important value. But it's not just, and that's why community responsibility is added to it, because it's not just the individual supreme, it's that creative tension that exists between individual and community. That's really, I think, important and valuable.
Okay, so I've thought a lot about this for a long time, because if I'm the one that is going to have to be with this team and with a much wider group, truly taking this out to
Have
people,
to be or chose to be?
Chose to be, get to be. So one of the things, one of the things that tipped me over to apply for this position was the letter you sent out to all the employees right before Christmas. And if you go back and look at that letter, I've analyzed that letter closely, and I've, with ChatGPT's help, coded it.
You love ChatGPT, right? That's just so interesting.
If you look at that, and I've got a graphic here if you wanted to see it, but really you articulated two main values in that letter. One was that we put people first, and the second is that we are guided by values and pursue clear goals, right? So there's a purpose piece to that. So as I've thought about it for several months now, I've thought, one of the things that I love about this board is people first and purpose. That's what I've sensed. And so then I started thinking, well, what's missing from that? And I thought, the thing that's really missing from that is process, right? The process to accomplish those two ends, if that makes sense. So as I think about, and so what I did while you guys all talked is I just put it into three categories by person: people, purpose, and process. And I wish we had a classic document camera here, because it would be so fun to stick it under and,
There's one in the floor at Sharon. I could run over to Sharon and get that.
That's true. There actually is. But so under people, Guy talked about supporting teachers, relationships with family. Ada said value teachers, families, and community. David said assuming goodwill. Grace said student focus, supporting teachers. Jen said each, right? This idea that it's each student, supporting teachers. Sterling talked about parents and involving parents. Under purpose, same types of lists, right? Continuous improvement, EIGs and PIGs, which could also bleed into processes, but growth in the learning cycle, not losing kids through the cracks. That's that purpose. Continued improvement, learning and well-being, moral agency and community responsibility for democracy. To me, that's all purpose. And then last, I hear a lot of process, transparency and communication, planning long-term, fiscal responsibility, communication, learning opportunities, all of those things. A lot of you talked about accountability, collaboration, data, transparency. So one of the things that I think is going to be important as we kind of move through this process, and these don't have to be the words by any means, but I think that letter was a very authentic, genuine statement of what you believe. And when you start breaking it down into the more specific things, in the letter it mentioned things like stability and security, trust and respect, care for well-being, growth and continuous improvement. And under the purpose part, some of the things that were mentioned in the letter were student-centered purpose, clarity and alignment, listening and voice, collaboration and shared ownership, and long-term stewardship. In the letter, you didn't necessarily talk a lot about process because it wasn't a letter about process. But I think that might be the piece that would be missing from people and purpose is we also have to have processes in place that get us to those things. And so that might be a way to frame this so that it's easy and sticky and simple to remember, but at the same time, we can expand on those to include the more specific elements that you talked about, because I don't think you want to leave it at just those things. just those three things. But those are just some thoughts.
So instead of having values that are general culture, decision-making, like we have here, it'd be organized under three: people, processes, and
Purpose.
Purpose.
People, purpose, and process.
people, purpose, and pub.
And I think the order matters. Right. So it's just a thought, one way to organize it.
I think
And
that's a great handle on it, that three things are better to, easier to remember with the alliteration going on. But they also trigger your mind. Which people do I value? Oh, it's the students, it's our educators.
it's our
and our
families.
families.
It's
Yeah.
all people, right?
Yeah.
Because then we can start to build collective commitments. And if we really value people, then a collective commitment becomes, we will treat every person with dignity, regardless of whether they, are offensive or not. We're still going to treat them with dignity. Every student, each student, those types of things.
I like it.
So,
I don't know. Do we want to talk about purpose?
And in my mind, purpose is really the discussion you had before.
right, that's,
Right.
yeah,
What's-
I think our purpose hopefully is
What's our
captured in our
vision?
vision, isn't it?
Because purpose should be vision,
Right.
right? And that's even what we talked about is for what?
Right.
Right.
Right, so yes, I see that there.
And process is kind of our systemness,
Yeah, absolutely. And if,
our accountability, systems of accountability.
Collaboration, communication,
Collaboration, accountability.
and
transparency.
one thing that might be valuable as well is articulating this in that brief way, in a way that our processes at the board level are different than the processes that they're going to be working on to develop teachers and principals. And it's different than the processes in some ways that teachers are going to be using for students. Does that make sense? So process is really critical, but our processes are a little bit different than a teacher in the classroom's process, if that makes sense. But by doing it this way, we can say we're all engaged in these three main values, and that's going to look, and we can contextualize that.
Sterling is not looking comfortable.
No, I hear what you're saying, and I thought, and I even thought of those things as I was synthesizing. But what I feel is missing in that, Joe, and maybe I'm not hearing what you're saying, but if we say, if what we value are people, purpose, and processes, and leave it at that I absolutely agree that the processes that we engage in are going to look differently because we've got different purpose possibly, but we value the same thing. So for example, and if we don't articulate what that is, if we leave it at that process alone, then that doesn't yet fully capture the conversation or the values that we have, which is, no, we value collaboration, for example, by way of example, right? And so collaboration is a process that we actually value, and how we collaborate might look different than what we're asking our teachers and how they collaborate or whatever it is, but we value collaboration, and so we expect we want to see collaboration. We're going to promote, we're going to build systems around collaboration because that's what we value. And so I think, and maybe I didn't misheard, but
No, I think we're talking about
we've got to push to be specific about the process, not just that we value processes and people and.
No, absolutely.
Right?
And I think we're agreeing.
Are we agreeing?
I would not leave it at only those things.
Okay.
I think you absolutely.
Only what things?
To
Only-
people, purpose, and process.
You would not leave it at just those three
No.
general. We would have
Just a
three
no.
things, and underneath that, we would have bullet, 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 bullet,
Right.
bullet. And what that collaboration bullet looks like with us versus a collaborative team of students working on a project might look different,
That's correct.
but we value collaboration.
Exactly.
Which is part of our
Exactly.
process.
No, I,
And it cuts across the system, all the groups of the system.
yeah, so I don't think we're disagreeing at all. I think we're right on the same
Okay,
page.
yeah. So the three Ps are not the values, they're the handle for identifying in your mind the values.
Say that again, Ada?
The three Ps are not the values, but they're the handle for helping us articulate.
That's way shorter than 6 Cs.
The handle. So you pick up the handle. And in that, in the thing, the handle you
carries.
pick up, it has collaboration and accountability, and I pick up this handle. I'm just trying to, we're so deep into it, and it's so new, that I can't
can't see it,
vision it.
right?
I wish we could
We'll back up.
Okay, so we've kind of had a little conversation about values. Can we allow the peanut gallery now a chance to?
I don't know if
Have
I
their
want to
say.
hear from the peanut gallery, quite honestly.
Do we have time?
I know those peanuts, and anyway. No, yes, I would love to hear from the peanut gallery. I truly
As a parent, I have concerns about 3Ps.
would.
How about our elementary? Are we concerned about?
There we go. All right, yeah, peanut gallery, chime in. Actually, you're not a peanut gallery. All
I'm
right,
sorry.
Educational expert.
that's exactly what they are.
I will change my.
But I really like it.
Well,
Maybe we could, maybe we could split it. This side,
Educational expert.
yeah, and peanut gallery.
That's kind of appropriate,
I do
but
think the handles are helpful, David. They are handles with things inside them. But I do think it helps because you're not going to be inclusive in all that. You're going to have a teacher who values something that maybe isn't listed, and it's legitimate, but it's probably underneath those handles that we have. So I think it's valuable to categorize things that way so people can fit their processes inside that a little bit.
I'm team simplicity. I do like the value broken up into people, purpose, and process. But yeah, less is more. Yeah.
He's thinking about it.
And I can see what we're getting at. And for me, those three are kind of lenses or filters that we weigh all of our actions and our decisions against. So as we make a decision, are we considering people? Are we considering purpose? And is this then a creation of a process that will get to those aims? With those underlining components going back to collaboration, I think everybody in this room values that. And that is about people and accomplishing our purpose, which then is a process that we determine what is an effective way to go about the work. So that's in the conversation where my mind went with those three. I like them. It's a great anchor, but there also might be some additional things that we consider as those values.
What do you mean by that?
Which part, David?
There are other things we consider as part of that.
Yeah, so if we value transparency, that would be something that, what does that look like in consideration for the individuals? So for families, what type of transparency, what levels? For teachers, for kids, how do we help with that communication? And then we go through those.
So not, in addition to that, you don't need another P, another T.
No. Yeah.
I think she's confirming that we need, that those can't just be the handles. We've gotta put something in them to identify the specific values that we care about.
And can I just make one comment before Darren really quick? What Katie said, these are lenses or what? Lenses or actions?
Filters.
Lenses or filters
yeah.
that frame everything we do.
Yes.
That to me is what a value is, right? Going back to the study session, like one of the very first ones Grace talked about. How can we do any of this unless we are really clear about what we care about? Because why wouldn't we want to filter everything through that lens or filter that we care about?
I just wanted to reiterate what Peter said, that less is more. And anything we can do to make it simple to understand and contextualize, the better.
Yes.
One thing that Joe did really well at Timpanogos is that he hit on the idea that we are teaching knowledge for skills and dispositions. We teach kids about things so that they can do things with that knowledge.
It's a vehicle to a deeper purpose.
Right.
Or a more genuine purpose, is what I meant to say.
See?
It's a vehicle to a more genuine
Oh, you just gave me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, I meant more genuine.
I thought so.
That's what I meant.
And I don't know how realistic it is to put processes in your values as well. It's might be those processes come through your policy that you build upon your values. Your policy is going to be made through
Oh, I love my process.
values that are centered on people and purpose. I didn't want to complicate things.
That's okay. Peter and I love processes. I mean, there's some processes I can't let go
And,
of.
and what would, there may be a better word, true, like what, in my mind, what we're talking about with process
principles.
is
Could be principles.
what's the work we do to achieve our purpose.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Because I will argue that we've had a compelling purpose in ASD, and our processes have been sometimes really good, but maybe a little bit scattered, right? There's a good process here and a good, but not everything is aligned with truly what we're doing, if that makes sense. So
Like what? Name one process that we're talking about here.
the collaboration,
Okay.
right? So for example, we all use the word collaboration, and what one team at one school is calling collaboration is a very different thing than what another, does that make sense? And so there's not clarity or alignment with what that looks like.
Dave handed me a mic again. He's gonna learn one day. I think you lead with the value, like you said, like what your value is, what your value is. But if you say we value communication, well then, to Grace's point, you got to look at the lens from what's that for a parent, right? So if I say I value communication, well, if I say for all stakeholders, well, now the process comes into play because, okay, does a parent know how to talk to me? Do I know how a school's going to talk to a parent? Do I know what's expected or a process that a teacher could use or a principal? So all of that's going to shift, but to say you value it and then not know how to do it, that's where that process piece has to come in. And so you lead with the value and then you work it out from your setting or from your role to show that the value is the value. And so that's where that process piece comes in. And so I think that stating what those main values are, then looking at it through that people, purpose, and process mentality and approach is going to lead to the value being evident.
And while it's traveling to Kim as well and Grace, I do like the word principle more than processes because processes kind of get down into nitty gritty sorts of things, right?
That's what we're doing.
And those processes could look different depending upon, right, but there's a
That's where you-
principle of collaboration.
That's what I was trying to get at.
That's
where you
what I'm
can-
hearing.
Yeah.
I can love and live that.
No, that's where you can allow, for each school, they have their autonomy to be able to do processes that maybe aren't going to apply. We have principles that it would be, that allows for the autonomy. But it's a principle of collaboration, and at each school, we're going to allow them an opportunity to say what that looks like in their school.
Yes.
They're always friends. I always look at principals, pals as our friends, right? So that's why
Always.
it's pal.
Love that.
My kid's best friend.
This is just, and maybe this is a layer we don't need, but anytime I hear the word values it also reminds me of, in a lot of our work, we use that synonymously with collective commitments in a way of what are we collectively going to commit to do. So instead of necessarily just saying we value families, our collective commitment would be we will listen to student family concerns, or that type of thing, where it's sort of getting to a space of some process, but it's more actionable and observable, tangible ways to look at a value as what we will do because of that aspect.
I love that. I do too. There's some power in that.
So I just have one comment that I think would really help our district. I think we should continue the Toddcast to help everybody communicate better.
And you know what? It's alliterative. Timpanogos Toddcast.
Well, you can be my first guest.
Okay, I think we're in a good space, and I think we've generated a lot of thought. I think my thinking's been advanced and expanded. I hope others. Has everyone been heard? I mean, is there anything left in our thoughts that we want to put out on the table?
I asked Jason if he wanted to say anything, and he said, it's okay.
You're sure?
I'm loving it. Great.
Okay.
Okay,
Talk to us later.
I know, yeah. I want to ask Joe if he feels like he has enough to go.
No.
Do we feel like we have enough to get started? That's
Yes.
to
But
get started going to the schools.
after I pull this
After you
together,
synthesize.
yes.
Okay, so Sterling's going to
and-
synthesize, then
and
do you
we
feel
get
comfortable?
we get another eye on it. But it's going to happen post haste. I agree
Well,
with
and
that, right?
here's what I've said all along. All we need is a draft.
Right. That's,
Because
that,
in
we put it
fact,
drafted
we
together.
don't want it to,
We can still change it.
It has to
right.
be. Because
And
if it's set in stone, then it's disingenuous to say, "Oh, tell us what you think."
right.
Right? I mean, 'cause it's
Exactly.
like, really?
Remember,
You're just going through the motions here,
because
but
now-
it's really, and it's like, no. This is a draft.
with a draft, you can go out and say to a staff, this is the board's current best thinking. What would you improve, right? What resonates? Exactly.
That's what
That was ironic.
When you said,
What resonates in unison?
when you said that, when it's not in stone, et cetera, I thought about just last week, the three of us were standing in front of Sharon Elementary School, looking up at Sharon Elementary with Frank, and there, etched into into stone was the word elementary when our new school is Sharon School, and we're like, oh no. And then what did Frank say? We can cover that up. It's stucco. That's easy.
That's right.
It's not
So this
stone.
isn't in stone, this is in stucco.
That's right.
We got it set in stucco.
This is in wet sand, I guess.
Can I ask though, will it eventually be set in stone?
Absolutely.
Oh, we have to move towards that. And in fact, I would say that our goal is that, I'm not going to ask permission. I would say, I'm going to put out there for the board that our goal should be that our work through the summer is to help bring it to something that is really solid. Tangible, right? Because we will have had opportunity through Joe and his visits and our visits with him to get information, to get feedback, and then it's our job to process that, to put it forward to where we could
To refine.
it. Absolutely. Then to say, okay, this is this is our vision. This is our collective commitments. I like that instead of even values.
And I promise that the process of involving every single school, staff, community, and admin will improve the final product.
Oh, absolutely.
And-
No doubt about it.
and
That's
honestly,
the collaboration.
Right. There is a collaborative piece, and it shouldn't be, hey, this is what we're doing, and we want your input, but we're really not going to take it. It really will shape what
So
we
we
do.
may even visit our communities again after, we get a more stable draft, right?
So, Joe, what are you planning on doing I know what you're going to do to have the teachers and faculty have some comments. what are you going to do for the rest of the community so we know what they're, if they have any input that they'd like to give?
Yeah, it's a great question. Here's how I foresee these visits going, but I am also open to input, what would improve it. It's hard to get a whole staff together anytime except before or after school. I think, and tell me, Katie, if I'm wrong, elementary, you can go after school a little easier than high school. And so we're starting to run out of days before school, quite honestly. And so I think what I would try to do is as often as possible do 2 schools in a day, and it would look like in the morning before school with a staff for 30 minutes. I also think there's value in having written opportunity to give feedback. Excuse me. I think I would want to have the conversation with them and then say, here's a link. Give us your best input. And here's what's really powerful. That kind of data set used to take hundreds of hours to code, to actually refine it. Now with AI, you can code that better than a human can in most cases.
But we're still going to have
immediate.
human eyes look at it.
Oh, absolutely.
Love AI?
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is we can capture the main themes that keep coming up from every group. So staff in the morning before school, after school starts, invite PTSA, SCC, and quite frankly, anyone else that wants to come in that community, right? I guess it would be a good problem if we had too little room for.
That would be the school community to get that.
Yes.
Right, the invitation would be to them.
Right.
To invite.
The principal would be communicating, saying, hey, we have this opportunity to meet with a board member, a superintendent, and one of the new leadership members. And we go and we say, here's our best thinking. Here's kind of where we're thinking right now. Improve it. Give us feedback on what's missing. What would be most important under these categories? Those types of things. And then I would also want to sit down with an admin team or school leadership team, whichever they're slightly different. I won't go into the differences now. But have another conversation there and say, what does this look like for you? How do you start to formulate, okay, what's this going to look like leading for this kind of thing at your school? Does that make sense? So there's a teaching element to it, but there's also a very real input element, a refining element. But I think also it will help every one of us. We will leave those visits, just like we've left the physical facilities visits, we leave different because we have better understanding.
Yeah.
This will be the same thing from a mission vision standpoint, that we will leave with a better understanding of what we're trying to accomplish and what we really value.
Yeah, and I would say that we don't need to worry about opening that up to other parents as well. I know we put it out as FCC and PTA.
I think
I'm not opposed to it.
I don't think there's any harm in having
Not
them
at
come
all.
I
come
think
in.
we should make it clear that anybody can be there.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I thought you were going the other way.
I thought so too, and I was like, oh, yeah, and then that
Yeah.
was surprising. I was like, I'm not following. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it gives an opportunity actually for the schools. We have a lot of schools that are struggling to get enough parent engagement with SEC and PTA anyway. So, I mean, if this is an opportunity they see as, oh, we get to meet with the superintendent, then, and that drives people to the school, I think that's a good thing.
Absolutely.
I think our social media announcement needs to be,
And we can,
make it
Clear.
more
we can
open.
work with Joe on that to get
it
that
clear.
announcement out,
Yeah.
that this is the school, maybe a schedule, as we can get that out, so people know. Okay, hurry
Just
fast.
on, I will hurry fast. I think we've missed a key stakeholder group. I think we need to find a way to get students' input. We've got to allow the students to offer their perspective and weigh in some kind of a way. So just want to put that on the table.
Can you think on that, Katie, how we could do that with elementary especially? I could see how secondary would be a little bit easier, but
You need a mic.
I think once we have a synthesis, then we can look at it and say, okay, what vocabulary are we playing with? How are we defining? Does it make sense? If there's an age range, so there's definitely options that we can do for elementary kids.
We just need to
Great.
make sure that they have voice in this as well.
okay, we're going to take a quick break for about 5 minutes. Then we're going to come back. We're going to go to Jason. Will be first doing a presentation, and then you just get to get what you get. You get what you get
I can do 2 minutes.
with time. So yeah, break.
So if you need to see it on your computer, it's projected up here. There's also a couple of handouts that Karen passed out that we're going to go through those. Try not to study them yet. You can if you want to. Yeah, they're exciting things, but we'll go through that. Okay, so I was asked to go through just some of the logistics of what a boundary study will look like, some of the requirements, some of the things to consider. We'll look a little bit about the projections, where things are looking. Also, there at the end, I'll share even more than these maps. There's some really neat maps that the AST operations team has been working on to be able to provide for the new districts. To replace that tool that they showed on the Google Sheet, it would allow me and others working with me to be able to change boundaries in anywhere, and it will update for us. So I'll show some screenshots of that. I don't have it yet, but I walked through that a little bit with Derek today, and it was really good. So any questions before we start? Okay. So these are the considerations. We've been brainstorming a little bit. So I put there the first bullet of total school enrollment. So when we're looking at this, just considerations for boundary studies, it's usually if there's a high enrollment or a low enrollment. Those are when things are triggered to be able to see what changes need to happen. In our Timpanogos district, most of the time right now we're looking at low, but there are, we have Trailside that's a large one, looking at boundary studies. If we look at an overall full district one, it'll be considering all of those, some that are too high, some that are too low. So when looking at that, if it's too low, is there an opportunity to have a comprehensive high school program? So one of the options we've been looking at that is rather than boundaries for the high school, which may be a little bit, but more of offering more if there's a 9-12 configuration. Is that a way to be able to solve that issue? For elementaries, being able to have a breadth of program offerings. If it gets too low, there's less offerings that can happen at specialty level, opportunities for things in that way. We have some schools that are DLI and ALL that, even though they might seem like a healthy population total, there are some, as we get to a certain amount, if there's only one non-DLI class per grade level or less than one, how that all works in balancing that. And then the opportunities for collaboration is, as grade levels get low and there might be 1 or 1.5, is that ideal, or is it better to have 3 or 4? So just some things to consider there as we're looking at this. Also, transportation. We know that for elementary, anything outside of 1.5 miles qualifies for some state reimbursement, and then it's 2 miles for secondary. The state support for transportation, the most it'll ever be is at 80%, and then it just kind of changes year to year depending on funding amounts. I believe it's been about 72 to 75% in recent years on that. Another bullet point there is pure feeders. Is that achievable? Is that something that's desirable for all? For some, discussions there.
Jason, can I ask a question back on the transportation? Sorry. So I recognize that it's 1.5 miles and 2 miles distance-wise, but is there some obligation that we have if there's like a busy street? Does that somehow figure into transportation and our and the cost to us?
Yeah, so the cost, if there's one, so I have the example of that where I lived in Orem. My kids were bused to Foothill and to Canyon View, even though we were probably less than 1 mile away from Canyon View, but we were on the south side of 800 North. And so safe walking routes is something that throughout the district there are those provided, but it's something that is not reimbursable from the state, even if it is that hazardous route.
But it then still is a requirement. It's still a cost to us as a district that we would need.
It's the full cost. Yes.
It's the full cost that we would need to take into consideration as we're thinking about boundaries. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that correctly.
And Jason, as far as transportation goes and looking for the split, when that happens, I think it would be helpful if we could put a real metric around what is a hazardous route. Maybe there's been an attempt to identify that by the numbers, and so it's not a subjective thing, that we can, look at data and say, yes, this is a dangerous route, and it should have a bus. But that's going to happen throughout the district. And I would like to see us throughout the district take this into account when we split up the buses.
Right.
So, but it would require making that less subjective.
Yeah, clear expectations on what qualifies for that, or if
Yep.
there's any that are, how that works. And I should have said that at the beginning too, with this boundary study, this is now that we know today, Mr. Maurer will be a big help in this on the operations of things and overseeing that, so the time is now yours.
Did you just say Maurer and big help?
I did. I believe that to be true.
Oxymoron. How interesting.
Okay, so peer feeders, that's the question mark there. We discussed that a little bit. We've discussed that internally a little bit. Is it achievable? If it's not, sometimes you don't line up exactly the number of elementaries to, but the thing we've discussed, it's hard when it's less than an 80-20. If it's in the 40-60, 50-50, it makes it a lot better there. Or like Mr. Glon and I over here both went to Orem Elementary, split, went to 2 junior highs, came back to the same high school. So there's different peer feeder or options in that feeder system and what to look at there.
Well, and we can look at if we want true feeder to elementary to junior high, or even just junior high to high school, and maybe have splits elsewhere, we can maybe see what we value.
Or try, like they say in a lot of the boundary studies, these are the priorities, and we try and get to all of them. If we can't meet this one, and where does it fall in that? But knowing these are all, if we can meet them all, great, but then kind of weighing options for that. The next one there is school grade configuration. So looking at is the 10-12 versus 9-12 high school. For junior highs, what's ideal for 7-9 or 7-8 or 6-8? And then that would leave the K6 or K5 for elementary schools. Another big important one there is in community involvement. So we need to really come through on figuring out how to best involve the community through this process. And we want, that's as you were discussing earlier, with this going out on the vision and values of things, it's going to be a great thing to be able to then go back and bring in groups to be able to have brainstorming sessions, to be able to in some of those, but then surveys to all if we needed to, just finding out what priorities are top as we go out to the community.
I think another way we termed brainstorming sessions was also focus groups. We talked about that as board, just same idea, right?
Right. Okay, any questions before we leave this slide? Okay. Okay, this we won't go as much depth. You have that here, but this is the required steps in state code. The main difference is here, if it's just a boundary change, the study has to be open for a minimum of 30 days. The community needs opportunity to provide public comment in one of the school board meetings plus a public hearing, so 2 different things. Alpine School Districts also had open houses that aren't required by code, but are very helpful to go out into schools where that may, as many schools as we can, to be able to show that the information after the study or the focus groups have happened, going through those processes. Go ahead.
Can I ask the difference? Well, I know what a public comment is, but what is a public hearing? What are the choices we have for a public hearing?
Great question. So comments in an open board meeting would just be that 30 minutes set up aside for, and we give 3 minutes, 10 can sign up. But a public hearing is the same thing that happens when the budget will be passed, or if there's a truth in taxation. You have to set that, and it can't be before 6 p.m. It's got to be noticed a certain time before, and there's no time limit on that.
Just FYI, so that's what we had to do when we did our board compensation and when we did our budget. So we had a public hearing within our board meeting. So it's separate noticing requirements. You have to notice them 10 days in advance as opposed to the 24 hours. There's just a lot more rigorous hoops we have to jump through to give people opportunity.
Yep, and the limit can be, you can still limit the 3 minutes per, but if there's 100 people that sign up, then
we accommodate the 100. Yeah, because it's devoted to that specific issue.
But if there are 200 that sign up, you can reduce it from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, just to be able to be reasonable on time of things. So, The next section down is the one for potential school closure. So the minimum goes from 30 to 90 days to public school board meetings, just in the regular community comment, and then also the public hearing. Both of those, for these, it requires a 30-day notice instead of a 10 in some of the details there. So this just has some of the notification of when that starts. Make a motion to approve and initiate the notification required, which will an email out. Well, this is using the same form of communication that the school board uses regularly, so it probably need to be on Facebook, emails, but it also has something through USPS, so a postcard would have to go out to each household in both of these situations, and then also to the mayor of the municipality and the governing council where the schools are located.
Okay, so when we are doing the boundary study just to see if we're going to close schools. So as we are starting this process, do we need to say this is a boundary study that possibly leads to a potential school closure, just so we are covered if it comes to that? Is that the way we would do it? And so would there be notices going out to the entire district, since this is a district-wide boundary study?
Yeah, any that the boundary could change or potential consideration of closure and consolidation, then it would
So
be.
to cover ourselves, we would send out a postcard to every family.
Equal opportunity notice?
Yeah, like you're all on notice. All on notice.
But that's not what we're doing today.
Right, we're just getting
We're
information.
just getting information. Okay, so now you have permission now all to look at your maps, and we'll study those. You had permission before. I'm just. Okay, so this one, it's hard to see up here. That's why we printed this out. So we went through this. This is just to be able to understand what this is. So the colors are the cities, and you can see that the blue extends up a little bit further than the boundaries of the schools. We know that area that's in Deerfield, that's north of Manila, that's also PG, goes out, is not in PG High or PG Junior boundaries. There's also a little bit on that west side that's blue and green that's outside of the current boundaries of schools within Timpanogos School District. So when we're looking at these, the blue lines are all, and sometimes they line up, the blue, the green, and the red all line up on one thing, so it's a little difficult to see. But let's look at Cherry Hill. You can see that boundary at the bottom. It goes right along University Parkway, and then it kind of, on the west side, goes through some neighborhoods. And then you can't see as well on the very south border because it just looks green, because it's the same. Cherry Hill and Lake Ridge would have the same boundary at the south end of the district. And then along State Street, it's red because that's the boundary between Orem High and Mountain View. But that is the boundary for Cherry Hill. You can see also Westmore right north of that, blue. And then the green one's there. So if we're looking at Lake Ridge, we can see that Lake Ridge is all that south part, that you can see the green line that goes along, let's see, that would be 400 south, but around Orem High, kind of goes a little bit north, comes over to State Street, goes back to 400 south, goes to the freeway, then goes up to Center Street to cut through the Vineyard area. So we thought this would be helpful for everyone to be able to see, kind of look at the different boundaries there. We can also see, let's look at just Timpanogos High School boundary. You can kind of see that one, that just south of Orem Junior, there's a red line. That's the south border of that. But at State Street, it goes up to 800 north, right around Canyon View. Canyon View is not inside the Timpanogos boundary. And then Timpanogos just includes all of that Northridge Elementary and Bonneville, but does not go into Linden at all. So the PG High School boundary is all of Linden and Pleasant Grove, besides the Pleasant Grove that goes north of Manila that's outside of those boundaries. The other handout we gave is this feeder flow chart that corresponds to that. So as we're looking at, say, like an Oak Canyon.
Jason, excuse me.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, when I'm looking at the map and I see the blue and I recognize that blue that is not currently in Manila Elementary, that's what's in Deerfield. But the blue is in our district.
Correct.
So in our new district, Every time anywhere I see blue and green, yellow and whatever this, orange, salmon, whatever.
Yeah, not the lines, but the shading.
That's the Timpanogos School District, right?
Correct.
Regardless of whether or not they're currently at one of the schools in our district.
Yes, because over here is a similar map, but without any school boundaries.
Yes.
So it just shows the schools, and it shows the 4 cities,
Okay.
and that would be the same as here, but with the boundaries.
Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that.
Where is that right now? It's in Barrett and a little bit in Forbes. So I have another map at the end that will show those areas too.
Jason, do we need to open up now a 30-day window that we are going to change the boundaries of Pleasant Grove High School and Barrett and Foothill and Manila?
Wait,
So that,
Foothill? Foothill's not.
thank you. Forbes,
I think-
Barrett,
I wonder if SB
Manila.
188 just does that for us, and we don't. I think law supersedes process as far as boundary.
and does the law say that? Does
Yes.
the law?
The law is the districts are split based on municipalities. So the blue, green, yellow, and salmon are
But
us.
that's not the boundaries to the schools, but it becomes, because the law says, okay,
But when we,
But that's.
so we
I mean, maybe
don't
that's something
need
we
to
need
do
to
that.
check.
but we won't need to before this next school year. It'll be the next one. So that'll all
We
be
will address
included.
this anyway in our
our
massive in our MOAB. So I think we're covered either way. But my understanding is that law supersedes.
Well, I think we just work on being the most awesome school district that everybody wants to come to, so.
Okay, so the feeder flow charts, you can see if they're not split, they're 100%, it'll just be the white. So you can see if we have peer feeders, there's a lot of work ahead of us on that. And so that's just the information. If you have questions on that, let us know on that.
If we could get access to editing this, I would love to see our logo instead of South area.
Yeah,
Just for feedback.
we can get that changed pretty quick. On here, I cut it off on this one. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at this. I've shown this before in December to this board. This is schools in Timpanogos. We'll just quickly go through this, but the green highlights are the minimums, and the pink highlights are the maximums. So what I really want to focus only on this slide is to see that in 1988, the schools in this area reached the maximum elementary enrollment. So there was 15,539 elementary students in 1988. Compare that to this year, there's 11,297. So that's just our comparison there, the 15,539, 11,297. The max junior high happened in 1994 with 7,000, a little more than 7,000 students. That same number is a little less than 6 now. And then the high school max was in 1998 with about 6,600 students. That compares now to about 6,000. So that's probably the one that stayed the most stable, the least decline there. The elementary, the most from that peak of the 15,000 down to 11,300. Similar, this is just in a graphical form. So this is just showing that the peak for the school district here was back in the 28,557, so in 1996, and these are the other ones there. So we can see, reached the peak back here in 96, and then kind of stable for a while, going a decline, then stable, now another decline. Hopefully then we see another stable there. You can see it on the elementaries and then the junior high and high school. Any questions on this one?
Yeah, is that bottom,
Yeah.
the bottom value, is that 2026?
The last value,
Last value there?
2025 is the last.
2025.
Yeah, so October 1st of 25, the current year we're in.
Okay.
So this does not have projections, just actuals on this one. Future ones, we're gonna
see projections.
Yeah, some
Thank you.
projections there. This is just the average size of each elementary, junior high, high school. So the elementaries, there's ones that have been added, some that have been consolidated, but the peak was in 98, about 700 per school, and now we're in the 500s is the latest number there, with less schools. These peaks and then quick declines is when new schools were open. So the last two to open was Oak Canyon here with the junior highs and Timpanogos with the high schools.
Jason,
Yeah.
the size of our elementaries, do any of them compare to the new build size? I mean, we have older buildings, but these lower average enrollment for, like, for example, 700, are we talking about smaller campuses in our school district for elementaries?
So ones that are, some of our biggest schools are Cascade and Centennial that were built quite large, but they're two of our larger schools, but not as large as other schools, elementary schools in Alpine School District. So both of those in the 650 to 750 range. Right now, the largest school, elementary school in our district is Trailside, over 1,000. So you can see some of those larger ones that are at the 700 or over 1,000 are pulling up this average, where there's some, even though we're in the let's see what the 565 is the average, but of course there's some that are in the 300s already, and then some in the 800 or over 1,000.
And Ada, the lowest, I think, that we have as far as total capacity, based on the building analysis from 2025 is 7, no, Westmore is at 784, 756, it looks like, at Central Elementary. So, yeah, 756, but they have the Space Center. Our highest is actually Trailside at 1232. I don't know that these numbers are as accurate as the principals have reported to us during those visits, because they're doing it just based on, they're not looking at programs taking up classrooms, it's just classrooms times times their 28, and then, yeah.
So I think these are inflated.
Yeah, I would say, but I think they're comparative across the district. So comparative, Trailside would be the largest, and Central would be the
Trailside
smallest.
having extra space in trailer and portables.
Well, with trailer space, it says that would be an additional. Yeah. Total. I'm sorry. I'm looking at total capacity. I apologize. So, building capacity without trailers, the smallest is Aspen and Westmore. So you're right. Yeah, I apologize. I was looking at, so.
Getting bigger pretty much because they're at capacity.
Well, Aspen isn't, I don't think.
Aspen, I thought they said they didn't have much room.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what they're utilizing. So this is for just, and they have their EBD unit. There's a lot of other things to consider. I think that has been such a great, just to put a plug out for our site visits, we can visualize this now a little bit better.
Okay, we're going to jump to birth data here. And so what I want to show on this one, does the cursor show up there? Yeah. So back here, these are the births in Alpine School District. So from 1994, which is off the chart, to 2008, they were growing at 5% per year. And then in 2008, this is the birth year, recession started, and these stayed around 7,000 for about 15 years. And then it's slightly gone up. And this is the county births, and these are the elementary students that result 5 years later. So if you look here, this is the birth year of 2020, 5 years later here, 2025, and that's what shows up there. There used to be close to 100% of the births that happened would turn into kindergarten students back prior to the births that happened in the early 2000s. Charter schools, other options have increased this gap, and this is for Alpine. But you can see that has increased with Alpine. But if we go, I showed this before to the board in December, but we look at this is the Alpine burst, so similar chart as this second red one here, but this is by area, and so this is an old chart, so sorry it doesn't say Timpanogos, but right here we're looking at Timpanogos in the green, and so it didn't have that. It stayed about 3,000 births for many, many years, about 20 years. Even though there was growth, it was about 3,000 births. And then recently, in the last 5 or 6 years, there's been a slight decline, but a rebound a little bit here. So hopefully that's stabilizing or can get back up. A lot of this, I think, is driven on just affordability of the houses in the area where young families start. There could be where they move in after all their children are born, and so we'll see some different dynamics, I think, on this, of where their address is when their children are born and actually where they go to school.
And so am I to take away from this just that we have to think about birth data because we have to think about future enrollments 7 generations down, but we're not going 7 yet. But even just a generation down, right? Long term.
Right. And it'll be interesting because we've gotten down on the alpine of figuring out, okay, if this many births happened 5 years ago, how many kindergartens does that result? Now when we go in a smaller group, it's going to have to see, okay, do they move in later? When does that happen? So we'll kind of get that data as we start doing our own projections of that. Okay, so this is tried to summarize this many years to just be able to look at this. So we can look back. We started in 2017 through 2025, but then also what the projections look like the next 5 years. So as we're looking at this, let's just take one example. Let's take Bonneville. So Bonneville was 570 total students in 2017. It's red or this pink highlight if you compare it to the year before and it went down. So it went to 542, that's why it went red. 560, it went back up, so it's not red. And then 510, so that's what that pink highlight is, the decrease from the previous year. So when we're looking at this, I also pulled this and said, okay, what was the max? Not the max ever, but what was the max since 2017, even through 2030? So we can see that the max for Trailside is projected to be in 2030. But some of these, a lot of them, like Cherry Hill, the max was back in 2017. Foothill was max in 2017. I had to add some of the schools here that were closed. You see Geneva, Sharon, others are going to be on here. But this is the delta, or the difference between the 2030 year and its max that's listed on here. So as we're looking at, let's take Westmore. So they're pretty stable there. Their max, 496, happened in 2024, and they're projected to be at 452 in 2030. Healthy school right there that's not a big square footage, that's probably one that the boundaries may not change or need to change there at the 452. But others here we can see, okay, how many do we have in this 2030 or even in the 2027? How many are less than 450 or less than 400? We can be able to look at that. Same thing with the junior highs and the high schools. So a lot of these we can see, let's take example Lake Ridge. So its max was in 2022, where if we look at Pleasant Grove, its max was back in 2017. So it's projected to be at 853, currently at 1098, but was at 1400 just back in 2017. Another one to look at is that Pleasant Grove. The Pleasant Grove High School was 2200, and that's max ever was in 2020, and now at 1813, projected to be less than 1500 in 2030. And then just looking, this does not include our special school students, but the bottom line is the regular school program. So we can see it's been since 2017, the highest has been a little over 26,000. It stayed around 25, even to 2021, slightly gone to 24. Now we're sitting around a little over 23. And my hope is that we don't get to these projections because of the switch of the new district, that this 23 becomes, it may have a little decline, but it would be nice if it's not in 2030 around 20,000 students that it's 22.
Yeah, so we're going to have added, like for Manila, we're going to add students there. We're going to add students to Mount Mahogany, right? This doesn't take that.
Yeah.
You can't take that into
consideration. It doesn't consider that yet, because this is just the schools that have that. Yeah, but also potentially at PG Junior, PG High, the secondary in that area too.
Do we know approximately how many kids we're talking with those? Have we ever heard that number?
I think the total, if you did all the secondary and the elementary, is around 500 that are currently in those boundary schools. This one, just for information, this is just showing the highest of all the schools, the max enrollment and what year it happened. A highlight if it's a new building, like we're showing here. Orem High had over 2,400 students in 1995, but wouldn't be able to have that in the different building that's there now. Okay, so this is the boundary study, the new tool that's coming. So this is, I don't have access to the actual website yet. Hopefully that's coming in the next few weeks, but this is some screenshots that we did, and I want to give credit to the operations team at Alpine School District. Derek was very cooperative meeting with me today, showing me all these things, very excited about it. I was excited too. The transportation department with Justice has been helping. I think Jeremy Bruner's the one that's been programming all of this also. So it's really neat. So this is what we're showing right here. So the pink boundary is the current Deerfield Elementary boundary, and the green is the Manila boundary, the current boundary. The blue line here is our district boundary. So you can see the part that comes up here. That's that part at the top there. Yeah. So this is how that is, and it's really neat because it automatically shows over here that Deerfield currently the latest there's 476 students in this pink area, 471 in this green area. And so that's the first screenshot. The next one, we didn't really stay on this one. I'll show a different one here. So this is looking at Barrett, and then this is looking at Mount Mahogany. So, and this is the district line. So you can see there's this little thing that goes there, jot. That's the right word. Thank you. Another one here, and then a big one here. So when we're looking at that, Barrett has 497, Mount Mahogany 558. What this allows us to do, there's a couple ways to do that. The first one here, zoomed into this is this area right here, the stairs area. So we can just lasso that, and it's neat because it not only shows how many Barrett students are there, but also shows American Fork Junior, or if there's American Fork High, how many are in that area, and the grade configuration. And then it also still shows the green and the red. But then the really neat thing is then we can come, instead of just lassoing it, we can come and actually move the boundary with these different points here. So this dashed line is the current boundary, but if we just clean that up with both the red and we had to move both the red and the green to align there, then it's able to show up above it's the same amount, but it shows there's 17 students in that area. So Mount Mahogany would gain those 17 students to 575. Barrett lose those 17 students to the 480. So I just think this is going to be very helpful rather than having to, hey, give me this one, give me this. They'll have this, and certain people, it'll take a login. It's not something that everybody will be able to do, but a login to be able to see this information, to be able to then go through quickly. Well, what if we did this? What if we did this? Here's all these scenarios, and can just do it on the fly.
Well, how does that match with the tool that they presented at our joint learning session?
I asked Derek that today and said the idea is this will replace that. That one won't even be needed. This will be the new tool.
But is there the option that we could have that available for the public?
For boundary studies?
Or for the public? Yeah. I mean, when we're in a, I could just see it. If I understand this one is a little bit more, maybe not, and less user-friendly, maybe is there?
Yeah, because this is not something that we would make available.
Right.
So either if the way we can do that, so I know Dave Maurer and myself can be able to program that to be able to make it work. But
and
between
I'm
the
sure
two of
Darren
us, we can do it, right,
could
Dave?
find someone that could help with.
Just the question, maybe this is a tangent, we don't want to go down that road, but is there any way that we can finalize these question areas before July 27th?
That's going to be part of the negotiation. I think that's going to be part of our negotiation process with the other districts. So.
But you mean cleaning these boundaries up, or how it? Well, that's what we'll be doing. I mean,
Are you talking about the district boundary?
Yeah. Well, it amounts to a district boundary when you're talking to these communities whose schools overlap districts, right?
Yeah,
So,
I think like on this one, we'll say, okay, it makes sense to us that we're cleaning that boundary up to match our boundary. If those students wanted to continue in the boundary they are currently in, they have that open option. But I think the main thing that we're going is we're welcoming everyone that lives within our boundaries, plus anybody that wants to come out of there, out of boundaries there.
Yeah, I would just like to find ways that we can attract the plus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is definitely going to be we're going to a PR job as far as, hey, we want you. It's not, they'll have, because the secondary students will have the option to finish secondary school at the school that they're currently at, as per SB 188. I think, Ada, your question, this is as the law stands, these guys will be in our boundary. And so it will be as of July 1, 2027, they will now be boundary to us.
Yeah.
Whether they do out of area, that's going to be an individual choice. But I think our job is going to be one of PR, public relations, and letting them know. I've had conversations with people that have talked about having our principals go out and meet these families. I mean, if you have 17 families, that's doable. To have a board member and a principal to say, hey, we'd like to invite you to come and check out our school. This is what we're offering. I think that's something that's within our ability to do.
But we don't anticipate that the actual district boundary is going to change at all.
No, I think that's set in
city by city.
The vote was to split along municipal boundaries, and so it would have to take legislation to change that in my interpretation and understanding of the law.
Okay, I think this is the last slide. So this is just another thing this allows. So this drop-down menu that's up in this settings, the settings button there, allows different layers to go on. So that district lines one has been on, which I've shown. But this one, this is an example of, you can put on the school icons or the municipality boundaries, district lines, bus stops. The bus stop exclusion zones is going to be very helpful too. So what it does is it shows, here's the 1.5 miles or here's the 2 miles along roads to be able to see that. So I did see that, didn't take a screenshot of it, but it's going to be very helpful to see too. Well, this makes sense because these students, if we put them here, they're outside the 1.5 miles, so we are able to bus them rather than, so there's options to be able to look at. But this one, what this shows, the boundary, the layer that we turned on was the high school boundary. So this again goes back to peer feeder. So the green right here, the only school we turned on was Canyon View. So you can see the boundary of Canyon View, and then you can see the high school boundary. So here's Timpanogos, here's Orem High, and here's Mountain View, and here's PG. You don't see the complete, but you do see the complete of Timpanogos, and then almost the complete of Canyon View. Most of Canyon View is in the Orem High boundary. There's a little portion here that goes to Timpanogos, and a lot choose here to go out of boundary to Oak Canyon because they don't like being in the 17% of Canyon View that goes to Timpanogos. So trying to figure out, okay, with maps, how that plays into it too. I think there was one more slide. This is not from the tool, but this is something that kind of goes along with the bus eligibility. This is showing Manila and Deerfield. So this is showing that part of the district boundary that comes up here and showing that there's 57 students outside of the 1.5 mile range that would be eligible for busing to Manila. This little part right here has about 87 students that are within the 1.5 miles. Yeah. So a lot of exciting things that are coming. If the board decides to open boundary study with the potential, the full 90-day, the deadline, I missed on the other one. The only difference between the 30 and the 90-day with the boundary and the possible closure is the boundary one can be done at any time, but the closure, if there's any closures, has to be done by December 31st for the year prior to when it would take effect. So the options the board has, is to be able to look, do we want to open a boundary study and begin it and have it way longer than 90 days? If it was open in April or May, be able to do that and have 200 plus days to be able to look at that and hopefully not have to go into December, have the decision made by fall break or other things to be able to, if there is anything that's going to be changed for the first year of operations.
Yeah, so just clarifying, if we're going to close something by the time we start on July 1st, 2027, we need to have done so by December 31st, 2026.
Correct.
But
But I'm going to ask the question of ourselves, do we want to wait that long? I mean, what would we prefer to do if we're going to make decisions around consolidation? Waiting till December 31st seems late to me. I don't need that long to think about this.
I think the sooner we do it, the better for teachers especially.
That's what I think.
And also for
families.
communities.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just putting out there for us as a board to be thinking, we ought to be thinking about trying to make some kind of, I'm not asking for a commitment, but I just think before December 31st, I think we ought to be aiming for September or October. I mean, that gives us plenty of time to think things through.
I think
don't
we'd
know.
want to be careful not to do it before the school year begins. We'd want the school year to begin and get into the school year before we then announced. Because otherwise I see it being confusing. Oh, we're not closing it this year, we're closing it next year, what? And I also see people saying, well, if I'm going to go to Orchard, I might as well leave my school now and get to Orchard now. We don't necessarily want that. Yeah.
Can we take a second to ask, we have one of our principals in the audience, and I'd like her input. Jenny, would you mind? Because just as far as time frame, as a principal,
For you as principal.
yeah. You can come sit next to Guy if you want.
That was actually my first concern when you were talking about doing it sooner. Oh, sorry. Was that I mean, if I was a teacher at my school and I knew that we were under potential closure, I would be looking at options and leaving before the school, before the school year. So that was my panic of like whole new faculty. But I mean, obviously, if you're going to do if you're going to do a study, you're going to have to start the study before the school year. But yes, I would appreciate not announcing until after. It's going to cause unrest, and I have a lot of new teachers that are just happy to still have a job and are going to be fine. But I mean, that's what has happened over the last 5.5, 6 years.
Right.
Is slowly everyone has just been like, well, if we're going to close anyway, I might as well look at where I would want to be. I should choose where I want to go and the grade that I want to teach, rather than be assigned to a school and maybe a grade that I don't want to teach. And which, I totally understand.
So I've got an assumption that I'm realizing that I want to check. As a building administrator, does it matter to you whether we announce December 15th or October 30th? Do you see a material difference as an administrator?
I don't know that it makes a huge difference. As soon as it is announced, there's going to be a level of anxiety and uncertainty and speculation with my staff. Everybody's going to want to know, where am I going? What are we going to do? I'm going to have parents wanting to know which school. But I think that's going to be a given, regardless if it's October or December.
How do we waylay that? What would be a way that we can provide or minimize the anxiety?
Transparency.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, in previous situations, yes, they have come and said, don't worry, you have a job. You'll be teachers follow kids. If your kids are if our kids are going to Northridge, you'll go there. But yes, but there's a lot of anxiety about, yes, but I teach third grade. I've only ever taught third grade and up, or and the reality is you might not teach third grade there. And so the idea that you have a job, when you think about educators, they are so invested in their classroom and their people and their content and what their skill set is, that to just say, well, you have a job, don't worry, is kind of difficult for them to swallow. Yeah, it's not reassuring at all, because they have that ownership. And so I think that was a lot of the anxiety before. And so I just think, as much as we can know, as much as I can know, to fill them in on, to comfort them, like that would be a process I would hope would happen.
Okay. Ada, before you, I'm going to let Katie speak.
We just finished my third boundary study this year, so all of my schools have different boundaries, different kids, different teachers for next year, and we have a school closure that I'm supporting that staff and that principal through right now. And they had that December decision, and then it was like, okay, now we know. And then they're sitting in a holding pattern because We don't know FTE allocations yet. We don't know. There are a lot of other back-end decisions that we say teachers follow kids. And if we are doing this district-wide, there might be other elements that maybe some of our smaller schools would absorb more kids and not take every single teacher in a consolidation. So there are some nuanced pieces that we need to consider. So just having an earlier decision just leaves people in limbo longer. So that's a consideration to look at of living in uncertainty for a longer space of time, and some people manage that and other people, and it changes the feel in a building when that decision has been made. So just considerations when looking at that timing.
I just want to thank Jenny for being here, and this is a good example of we actually need our principals really significantly through this process, both on the front end and the back end, because honestly, they are the face of their school, and we're going to make better decisions if they're involved up front. And they're going to be some of our best PR on the back end, because they're going to say, yeah, this is happening, but does that make sense on any decision?
I think most I think all principals understand that something is going to change. Like there's going to be some changes, and we understand what the options are. It's just being as well prepared as we can to help manage that with our community and our teachers. Yep.
Okay, great. Jason, is that?
That was the last slide. Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Okay. Well, now let's turn the time over to Joe Jensen for our, what is it called?
I'm just going to describe quickly. Yeah, I'm just going to describe quickly the leadership structure and what a joy it is to have these 6 here. This is like, somebody texted me today and said, it's like the 1992 Dream Team in the Olympics basketball. Karen is going to hand this out. This is what went out when we advertised these 6 positions. And so if you look at, here, can I grab that one? So if you look, the guiding principles behind the leadership structure was just simply that our core work is to intentionally cultivate student knowledge, skills, and dispositions at the classroom and school level, or genuine learning. Did you see that, Sterling? You didn't see that yet, but it's right there. No, it's there. Vocabulary-wise, I'm there. And so if you look at the graphic on the back, it's kind of an interesting thing because it really is the Board of Education that sets the mission, vision, values, and goals for the district. And usually that goal is student-centered, right? And so it's big on the back if you wanted to look on the back. But there's a lot of layers between that board mission, vision, values, and goals and the student, right? Those two are in the same color because those should be the same thing. And where I think it breaks down is sometimes we haven't paid enough attention to leader knowledge, skills, and disposition at the district level, or school leaders' knowledge, skills, and dispositions, or teachers' knowledge, skills, and dispositions. As we get better at systems and processes to really accomplish that purpose, then we will actually get to the green at the classroom level, if that makes sense. So this leadership structure is set up very purposely for that mission and vision.
All one color.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't that be awesome? Well, if we had.
This is really pretty,
right.
though. I really like.
Well, thank you. I actually made that one all by myself, which is rare. Usually my daughter will help me with that. All right. But you can kind of read through those. We are short on time at this point, but I believe deeply what Dufour and Marzano said in the only book they co-wrote together, which is on that 3rd bullet. School improvement means people improvement. And as we interviewed 44 people last week, we were hiring for who can improve our people, who can help who's going to continue to improve themselves, and how can we help each of these other layers improve so that we actually get to the reality of mission, vision, values, and goals at the center of with students. So a couple other things there. The whole purpose of this team, and I really believe this, and I'll reference the other part of this, is that we create conditions and cultivate capacity for the whole system so that we can cultivate in each student those knowledge, skills, and dispositions they need to thrive now and in the future, right? That's why we exist. And you guys have heard me on school visits when we talk to people. The real work is at the classroom level. And if you go to this one now, if you look at those, just to clarify on that, those are not people boxes, those are responsibility boxes. Some of those boxes will have multiple people, some of them will be combined into one person, but just to clarify that. But at the top of those 6, when you look at purpose, you can see that the teaching and learning, elementary and secondary, their purpose is that core learning mission and vision, right? As well as some other things. But then each of the others, it starts by saying, innovation, learning, and support technology. That's Darren Draper. His purpose is support teaching and learning through professional learning, coaching, and technology. Operations and infrastructure. It's not just about buses and buildings. It's supporting teaching and learning through safe, efficient, and sustainable district and logistics. Kim Jones is not just bringing nice chocolates, which we do appreciate that, though. She's supporting teaching and learning through a culture of whole child development, safety, and belonging, right? And HR is going to be much more than just HR. It's about developing people, culture, and talent. So it's supporting learning, teaching and learning through those things. So that's really the crux of it. You're welcome to read through those other points. The one other big point about this is this flattens our structure significantly, because if you look at the ovals under the boxes where it says assistant superintendent and supervisor of schools, we are getting rid of the layer of supervisors, and these 6, and Jason and I have even talked about taking a school so that they will actually serve as supervisors as well, so that they are integrally connected to the schools. And they won't have a whole bunch of schools like we do now, where you have, how many schools do you have, Katie? 14. Katie has 14 schools. That's a lot of schools.
The rest of you split the other 15? Katie's not capable. I mean, she could do it. But and there's one of the things I want to point out on here too. I very much left in the top left corner. It says draft. This is not perfect. The responsibilities, the way these are aligned, are not perfect. We're going to meet one-on-one with this group of 6 over the next 2 days, Jason and I, and then we will meet next week as a whole group as well, and we'll start hammering out, okay, how do we need to adjust some of those things? Down below, at the very bottom, I put legal counsel. I wasn't sure exactly where to put that. So the line goes up directly to the Board of Education, because that legal counsel will be an important policy part. And really, most likely, most of their work will be between HR and business services. But I also wanted to represent that they certainly could be supportive across. Alpine now has 3 people working in there. I only foresee it being 1, simply because we're smaller, and that's all we, hopefully can afford anyway. But
question.
Yeah.
Didn't Rob say in that book, the big one that is really heavy that we all had to carry around, that he advised us to get outside legal counsel and not even do an intern?
And it's something the board obviously will have to dialogue and decide for sure.
I think we have to look at. I think, we need to look at the work that has come from specifically our community regarding the needs at ASD, I think that would be a good thing that we could ask Craig and Hiram to just pull out their work, what has been instigated or generated from our area, and I think our area generates more.
I think they included that in their presentation.
Yeah, and so if you look at that, that's Rob's, and then, but then the individual departments recommend opposite. They recommend having, I did meet with the, both NEBO and Provo presidents, and I believe that they have, Provo does not, but they're looking at getting inside counsel. But I believe that NEBO has two people. So I think it would be good for us to look maybe at other districts that are similar size and scope and see what they're doing.
Joe, I just had a question about data, academic data. Do you know where that's responsibility is going to fall yet?
Yeah, right now I see that under the teaching, learning, elementary and secondary, both. And I did want to point out too, that you can see that the curriculum, instruction, research, assessment, and analytics, that's what you're referring to, is the research, evaluation, and analytics. Those, we want, and again, this will evolve over time, but those have been very, very separate in some ways from secondary to elementary. And I think as we get clarity on vision, values, goals, I think we can do some better collaboration that actually would benefit both. And I think we've got the two right people to do that in Peter and Katie. And also the connection, we called Darren a unicorn because he is as good a tech guy as you'll find anywhere, but he also is absolutely in instructional leadership, doctoral and instructional leadership, and he is our coaching expert. And so we want all of those things to be aligned and absolutely working together, collaborating.
Can I just add something? As a board member, I love the flat structure, and I love the emphasis on teaching and learning across the cabinet level, because that's, of the 20 years that I've been consulting and working with districts all along the Wasatch Front, the one criticism that I have of all of them is, at most, they had one person with an eye and a lens towards curriculum and instruction or teaching and learning on the board. And sometimes they didn't have any. And that just is mind-boggling to me when our core business is teaching and learning. So I really strongly support and encourage that you take that to heart, that lens is always present.
Absolutely, and Sterling, I appreciate you saying that. And what I would say is, as we get really clear on our values and vision, that it's 7 people sitting here that have that lens, and that every decision goes through that lens, like Katie said, as well as all 6 of these folks, as well as Jason and Karen. And by the way, I wanted to acknowledge Karen. We are so lucky to get Karen. When I consider Karen's career path, it's like she was completely prepared for this job. So, and I'm grateful. It's given a bunch of us a whole bunch of peace to have Karen in the office. So anyway, any other questions on that? You're welcome to read through those other points if you want, but yeah.
I would like to write an article on this and get your input.
That'd be great.
What you just said about that.
Just put this in perfect. AI and have the AI.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I took some notes here, but yes, I think this is a really good message to share.
Sounds good.
All right, time is 5:11, and we are going to end our work session. We will reconvene at 6 p.m. for our board meeting. board meeting tonight. It is 6:03. We will begin our meeting. We're going to start our meeting tonight. So loud. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Darren Draper.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we will now have an inspirational thought by Peter Glahn.
All right. When I talked to Joe about this position, one thing he said is, I don't think this is worth doing unless we have joy. And I think the same thing goes with our learning. I recently went over this article with my faculty. It's about centering student joy. Centering joy means making joy part of students' central work at school. Learning. We're not canceling classes so students can do other things that bring joy. We're making joy part of the classroom experience. We're also not relegating joy to a playful check-in at the beginning of class or a 1-minute dance party at the end. Joy shouldn't be a tool we use to hook students into learning or a treat we give students as a reward for learning. It should be a quality of learning. Our job is to design experiences that invite and enable students to find joy in their learning. And so I'm excited to be a part of a district that cares about the joy that learning, that becoming someone entails. So that is my thought for the day. This is truly quality education is about increasing the joy of not only that kid but everyone around us. So thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda, we have community comments. Do we have anyone that signed up? Okay, there's no one that signed up for community comments, so we will move on in our agenda. It's going to be a short meeting tonight, just FYI. We have approval. Oh, do I turn the time over? Okay, no, I think I do this. Approval of minutes and expenditure detail report and claims. This has been sent to you guys earlier today to review the minutes and from our last meetings and the detailed report and claims. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes and expenditure report as it was presented?
Approve the minutes. David talked to me and I lost my train of thought. I move to approve the minutes and the expenditure report as provided.
Great. Can I get a second? That's a
second.
A second. Okay, is there any discussion about those?
I just want to report that I asked our new business administrator, Jason Sundberg, to go over with me in detail the financial report, and he did, and pointed out there was a clerical error of $151 that was corrected. And anyway, I just wanted to thank him for going over that with me in great detail.
Yeah, there was another question also about that same. There was just a clerical error with reporting a Lake Mountain expense to us that was rectified. So, yeah. Anyone else have any discussion? Any questions? Okay. All in favor of approving the minutes and expenditure detailed report as was sent to you earlier, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Seems that passes. Okay, we'll now turn the time over to Superintendent Jensen for superintendent comments.
Okay, I am elated to introduce to you the folks that we spent most of last week interviewing and hiring. This is our district leadership level team. I like to think of them as our Vision for Learning team. And one of the things that was interesting as we interviewed, if you take the number of people we interviewed and asked ChatGPT how many combos could be made out of those that number of people in a 6-person team. There's over 8 million combinations we could have put together. And I think we're darn close to possibly, we might have hit it. We might have hit the one combination. But these folks represent significant elementary experience, significant junior high experience, high school experience, 3 doctoral degrees, 2 all but dissertations. It represents a director of research and evaluation, a director of student services, a director of technology, incredible coaching expertise, special ed expertise, social emotional wellness expertise. So their experience and knowledge is phenomenal, but what I most appreciate about them is the dispositions that they bring to this job, to their work. They've proven for many, many years that they know how to treat people with dignity, that they know how to really listen to understand, and so many other things. And so I'd just like to, maybe we could have them come up. We've got Katie Bowman in our teaching and learning elementary position. Peter Glon. Just all come up at the same time, and we'll get a picture. Make sure we get it to your family, or get it to you so you can share with your families. Peter Glon. Katie is currently serving as a supervisor of elementary schools in Alpine School District. Peter Glon is our teaching and learning secondary position, and he is currently serving as the principal of American Fork High School. And I feel a little bit bad because I'm stealing my own kid's principal to be on this team, and he's been phenomenal for my own kids. Todd Dawson is going to head up our people, culture, and talent area, and Todd is currently the principal of Lone Peak High School. And then Darren Draper is learning, innovation, and technology, and he's currently serving as the head executive director of technology in Alpine School District. Kim Jones is our student and staff wellness assistant superintendent, and she is currently serving as the director of student services. And last, Dave Maurer is going to be our operations and logistics guy, and he is serving currently as the supervisor of schools in the Timpanogos area. So all the schools, secondary. So all the secondary schools in our Timpanogos boundaries. So huge thank you to them for their preparation and who they've become and what they have done to be ready to really do something special in this district. So huge thank you to them. If you get a picture with them, yes, same thing. We'll have to come in front because Todd and Peter are too tall.
I think they're going to have to sit in chairs and we have to stand behind them because they're so tall.
Are we doing 2 lines? Yeah, 1 line? Let's do 2 lines quick. And then I also wanted to acknowledge specifically Karen, separately from these guys, because if you add up all the work that they're going to do, Karen's already doing that amount of work. Karen Carter has been, how many years in our district now? 25 years, and almost all of it was in this area. In the last 3 years, she's been in business services as the executive secretary of business services. And we're really grateful for Karen's preparation. So thank you, Karen. Should we get a pictures for your family? Let's get a picture for your family. Just, yes. Right in the middle. Right in the middle. Don't put all the shiny. That's a lot of shiny hair. Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda are our board member comments. So we'll go from right to left. So if we can start with Grace, yeah.
I just want to say how wonderful it's been to visit all the schools and facilities in our district. We have accomplished that, and it was, now when we talk about them, we know what we're talking about, and it's not just a imagine in our minds, and we know a lot of the needs and with facilities, and it's going to make a lot of decisions a lot easier. And I'm so grateful to the administrators who took us on tours and let us know so in such a great way the needs of their school.
I'm still thinking about the decision last board meeting when we opened up, Sharon, and we had a meeting a couple of days later that our superintendent pulled together where facilities came with us, and Sterling and I were there, and probably about 10 people total, and walked through that again with the eye of what needs to change exactly, and we made a list and talked through that. We also had several special ed people come with us. That was helpful. And I'm just excited to get that rolling, going, and have it open up this August for our special needs population and for our adult transition kids as well.
Okay, I want to mention how grateful I am for the opportunity. I had the opportunity with our BA and their superintendent, Jason and Joe, to sit in on the interviews for these upper level positions. It's just been in a unique situation because we have just 3 employees right now. And so they asked me to come in, and it was a great opportunity for me to visit with so many wonderful people who indicated a desire to come and work with our district just by their applying for these positions. And I'm grateful for that, and to see that talent and willingness to come and help us in the creation of this district it's heartwarming. It's so wonderful, and I was grateful for that opportunity. And then I had a note here, and I can't read what it says. I'm grateful for something else. So if I think, no, I just can't read my own writing. So, and I am, like Grace said, I am so grateful that we've had that opportunity to, I know what it said, to do all the visits. As we talk about, we had our work session earlier, was Jason introduced us to a little bit more in detail about the boundary, looking at boundaries and doing this MOABs, as we talked about, the mother of all boundary studies, and how having boots on the ground at each of those schools is going to help us so much as we contemplate this process. It's invaluable. And then also I want to just mention that I'm so grateful for the feedback. I haven't been as responsive to my emails of late because I have been, 30 hours. We did 60 interviews between Joe and I, so this last week. So, but I am grateful for the feedback. I want you to know that I am hearing when we receive an email or phone call or text, we're listening, and I just feel like this role is such a job of information gathering. We're just trying to get information from anybody we talk to at the schools, when we're talking to parents, when in all of the areas that we're in, we're gathering information, and I'm grateful for any of that and all of that is coming. So.
I'd like to just express real appreciation for the new leadership team. I think Joe is right. We've been really blessed and fortunate to pull together the group of individuals that we have. I know most of them quite well, having had the opportunity to work with them over the years, and looking forward to getting to know and working well with those few that I haven't yet. But one of the things that I appreciate about them and their leadership style is what I also appreciate about our board. We had a work session, as Jen mentioned, before our board meeting. We started at 2, we finished at 5, and I really appreciate working with leaders who learn, because our school district is about learning. That's our goal, that's what we're focused on, and we need to be learners as the leaders in order to make sure that learning is taking place in every aspect of our district for all the employees and for all of the students as well. So it's exciting to see this leadership team come together.
I'd like to also express appreciation for this new leadership team. It's just adding so much depth to our district, and we're so excited to get to work with you. The meeting that we had today was on mission, vision, values, and goals, and I'm excited to, we're going to synthesize what we talked about today for 2 hours, and then it's not going to stop there. We're working with Superintendent Jensen, and we're going to go to the schools. We're going to meet with faculty and groups of parents, and just keep this conversation going and develop the mission, the vision, the values, and the goals together as a district. And so I'm excited for that process to begin, and just looking forward to continually, like Jen said, gathering information from so many different groups of individuals.
You know, I'm totally impressed with our new leadership team. You know, I really worried about it when I 44 applicants that Joe was, and I says, oh geez, I hope he doesn't mess this up, okay? And hey, you came through, Joe, okay? You did well, and we came through. We got a new group of kids over there, okay? That's what I'm going to call you, except for David Maurer. He was he was one of my kids 20 years ago, okay? So anyways, but hey, it's just exciting to see how this is going to move forward and go forward. It's just such a great thing, and I'd like to thank the board for your condolences and the loss of my sister. And, you know, it takes a good funeral sometimes to just realize how great a childhood and how great your brothers and sisters were when you were growing up. And so it's all good. And so thank you. I appreciate it.
I want to say I'm grateful to be here in person, and I appreciate our technical staff for making it possible for me to participate virtually at our last meeting. And I understand I kind of surprised some of you that didn't know that I was online, but thank you to our technical staff. I also am grateful for our leadership team that's coming together. I'm telling people with each hire, we put wheels on our bus because we really can't function without you. And it's been interesting in the last few months as I've received, and I know many of board members have received emails with people very excited about our new school district, and they have a great idea. And I'm like, that's a great idea, and I can't do anything with it. But now we do have staff that we can refer. Some of your great ideas can find a home and somebody who can work with us. I do want to express gratitude to Alpine School District, who is in the hiring process. This is the time when hires are made, and they are including representatives of the Timpanogos School District in the hiring process. So we do have a say in the new hires that we're making, and we're excited about the latest one, I think, is Lisa Rodin. I also just want to say a big shout out to Michelle Sorensen and Grace Rex, who have been our social media kind of full-time. It's a big job, but they have been doing an excellent job of communicating with our public, and it's largely to these two board members, so thank you.
Yes, amen to that. And, okay. Anything else that anybody would like to say? Oh. Did you want to say anything? Okay. All right. We have need to go into closed session for Utah Code 524205 as to discuss personnel, property, or litigation. In order to enter a closed session, we need to do a roll call vote. Can I get a motion to enter closed session first?
I move that we enter into closed session.
Okay, I have a motion from Vice President Hilton to enter closed session. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
A second from Board Member Fugel. All in favor to enter closed session? Board Member Wilson?
Aye.
Board Member Fugel?
Aye.
Board Member Sorensen?
Aye.
Board Member Hilton?
Aye.
Board Member Lyman? Aye. Board Member Smith?
Aye.
Board Member Rex?
Aye.
Seeing as how the vote is unanimous, we are now entering into closed session at 6:24 p.m. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.